behind what we're going live, guys.
The alumni
I think everybody besides the students have given up on basketball.
Saturday sports.
Really?
Student section really cool.
Huh.
So are
Students
they,
next to us, there's
Commissioner Force.
like 10 or 15.
That's the only K-State facility that isn't requiring masks.
No, you don't have. You could pay up.
We're live, guys.
Tyler, you do.
We're live.
Okay.
Oh, never mind.
It's at 8:32. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. It is 8:30. Ladies and gentlemen, I call this meeting of the Riley County Commission to order. Please everybody join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. 8:30 came up quick this morning. Yeah. All right. Well, here we are, Thursday morning. I'll move right into things here. I don't see anybody up on Zoom. And for that matter, I don't see anybody in chamber. So does anybody here have any public comments? Nope. Okay. I'll go ahead and close that off. We got a long day ahead of us, so we'll just move right along and start off with some commission comments this morning.
Well, Tuesday, I came into the office and reviewed some of the information we've been getting on some of these different issues so far and cleaned out some paper stacks too. Made some pretty good piles in the box there. Wednesday, then I reviewed the notes for today's meeting and worked on the department head evaluations. And then went to the basketball game last night. Ouch. Yeah.
Ouch. Okay, Commissioner Folke.
okay, Tuesday morning, my electrician came to the house to do some electrical work. And I'm trying to correct some things that the builder didn't take care of.
Shocking.
Yes.
So what I did there.
Oh, yeah.
A little electrical humor.
Yeah. Then I attended a meeting at the common table in the afternoon with reports from all meals being served. I also did a consult in the afternoon with a potential kitchen renovation that's coming up. Wednesday, I attended the quarterly meeting of the ATA board. And that included reports from staff, upcoming items, financials, and discussion of next year's meetings.
Is that in person or are they doing that Zoom?
Yesterday was in Zoom.
Okay.
They really have, they've had some hybrid times, but. You know,
Where do they
mainly,
usually meet at? Just out of curiosity.
Out at the ATA.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
So, they were chosen for a triennial review that will review 4 years, and hopefully that'll be done by July. That's my federal review. No word yet on the KDOT grant that they've applied for. They had a loop route between Abbeville and downtown, and that was lower than anticipated. And so we had a discussion on why it's going so. Ridership is really low, so.
I don't think a whole lot of people still know about it.
That
I
came
think
up.
that's
too,
really what
that
it is,
people
yeah.
didn't realize it.
And
you
it's
know.
not really cold out yet, so
Yeah.
people are still probably hoofing it. If it gets down to the teens or something, I bet you the ridership picks up pretty quick.
Well, the expectations were pretty high.
I was wondering, I saw those numbers too, and I was wondering that, and that was the first two thoughts I had on it.
Yeah, so, and let's see, they talked about, well, the financials were also presented, but also under the new infrastructure bill, there are going to be annual increases for about 5 years, including a lot of funding for rural areas, electric vehicles, et cetera. The largest increase in that bill will be for public transportation. So that's really interesting. And they were talking about electric buses and how the commission felt about that. I said, well, I'll see if anybody's been talking about it or interested in it. So,
I've heard about them. I think maybe I've seen one or two. I think you'd have to have a pretty good, robust plan put in place to discuss before I could make a determination one way or the other.
yeah, so that may be coming up in the next year or two. So
With charging stations for that look, and how often would they? I mean, we'd be able to just keep them at 8. Well, right now, but anyway, yeah.
they probably take quite a charge.
Yeah.
Mask mandate for drivers and riders will continue until March 18th.
I think that's in line with the federal mandate.
Yeah, it
They have
is.
to do it federally.
So that's all I have.
Okay. What a week. I keep thinking it's gonna somehow calm down at some point in time, but I'm really starting to lose hope on that thought. Monday afternoon, I had my bi-weekly communities leader Zoom with K-State, City of Manhattan, Central Via Christie, Lafayette Health Center, and the Health Department to continue to dialogue on the local response and continued work on the COVID front. Vaccination mandates and the new Omicron variant were the center of discussion, as you can probably imagine. We talked about recent numbers locally. That was before yesterday's numbers, so we were going off of last week. Continued policies that are in place, so on and so forth, and just kind of guiding ourselves through the rest of the year and into next year, next semester as well. So we'll meet once again this year on the 20th. It's during a law board meeting, so I don't know if I'll be able to make that one or not. So Tuesday afternoon, have my monthly meeting via Zoom with the Board of Directors of Pawnee Mental Health. Got an update on the budget during the Finance Committee meeting. Some of the items of discussion there were review of the board's conflict and disclosure statement, results of a self-evaluation that was done, I think, via SurveyMonkey of the board itself, the appointing of a nominating committee, annual review of committee work, and establishment of a standing board committee for fiscal year 2022. We recognized quite a long list of resigning board members, members emeritus, and other Pawnee mental health staff. We talked a little more depth of the SAMHSA grant that they got, what that means locally. They're going to be working on in some instances, up to $2.50 raises for the low end of their staff to try to keep people on board and retention for retention efforts. And from my perspective, that's probably been long overdue, and they finally have some funds externally that's coming in to be able to accomplish that. So everybody's pretty excited about that. Talked a little bit about the Driving the Dream event that was in early November. I was slated to go to that, but COVID had other plans for me at that time. It sounded like it went really well. They raised a lot of money this year. It was a very exciting event, and we'll start planning for next year's. Got an executive director's report from Robin Cole, and the counties of the month for December were Pottawatomie County and Cloud County. So their members spoke briefly as well. Wednesday afternoon, yesterday, had my monthly Microsoft Teams call with the NACO Community Economic and Workforce Development Committee. We had two presentations during that committee meeting. The first being from Michael Rappaport, president of Ascension Opportunity Committee. They have a fund in place that can help small businesses and counties survive and succeed. Not just during the pandemic or just in general, offered some ideas and thoughts about how to do that. There was some interesting stuff there. I kind of correlated with one of our topics of discussion this morning with this Rural Economic Development Committee. They do some work, with city related businesses too, but this is a little bit more designed internally to deal with the rural aspect of things. The second presentation was given by Sean Milne. He was Economic Development Director in Cache County, Utah. He took some time to discuss the arts and culture industry and how it can be an economic driver for counties around the country. Pretty good stuff there. On the back end of his conversation, I lost sound on my Teams call, so I didn't get to catch all of it. Part of the agenda, and once again, because I didn't have the volume on there, I didn't hear specifically all of it, but normally at the last end of these meetings, somebody from NACO, in this instance, it was Michael Matthews and Sarah Gilmont, gave a full U.S. Congress legislative update, which also included NACO's legislative resources page that could be found on their website, and they update that pretty regularly. So it's up to date if you need some on-the-spot, real-time type of information. Lastly, on Wednesday afternoon, we had another Zoom call to discuss future efforts on the Aggieville parking garage. In all honesty, not much has really changed in terms of the dialogue. In fact, our two major components of that particular call weren't even on the call yesterday due to some parent communication efforts. So we just kind of talked about where we're at and standings with things. And it really sounds like to me, in terms of dialogue moving forward, there are quite a few different things on both entrepreneurial center and a potential substation that we'll really need to probably revisit and discuss with some real fervor and detail moving forward. But we'll meet again sometime after the beginning of the year in early January. So no real big deal at that point in time. And last night I wasn't in person, but I did watch K-State lose a nail biter at home to Marquette. It's always disappointing, but not unusual. I don't know what it is about drawing up game-winning plays or game-winning scenarios. It just never seems to work in our favor. And that was such an up and down game yesterday too. Sounded like the crowd was into it. Maybe that's just the students. They talked about it, but they really didn't show like a picture of Brownwood. So I'm assuming it's like it normally is. The student section was packed and full and alive and well, and the rest of the building probably wasn't.
Right.
Okay. I figured you'd be able to give me that update. So, okay. Green Bay over the weekend, is that right? Then Nebraska, both home.
Yeah.
So Nebraska's on the road. Okay.
A week from Sunday.
We'll hope for good results there, won't we?
We will.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. So that's really at the moment all I've got. So it's a pretty busy week. We're stranded at work at the moment. Can't get PMC boards to do some of our electronics, and the real concern is we can't get a solenoid that we use for our electric latching systems till after the beginning of the year. So we're trying to find creative ways to stay busy and try to push things along, but we're going to come to a halt probably pretty quick. So yeah, same issues everybody's having. So that's all I got this morning. So let's jump right into some business, Rich.
First item I have, commissioners need a motion to sign certificate of adoption page, which will become a formal document page within the land development regulations, Article 4, zoning districts.
I move we sign the certificate of adoption for the land development regulations.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the adoption of the land development regulations. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chairman, sign please.
There's two places.
Two, yeah.
Caught myself there, Rich. That takes off one from earlier in the year. And there was only like one, so we should be okay.
So you're even now?
No money added to the pot this year. Sorry, everybody.
Commissioners, I have a resolution of Riley County, Kansas, establishing a rural economic development advisory board for Riley County, stating the membership, purpose, functions, and powers.
I would make a motion to approve the resolution to establish the Rural Economic Development Advisory Board.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on adoption of the resolution of Riley County establishing a rural economic development committee. All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
All three sign, please. And Brendan.
And to my knowledge, I know of at least two people that have already sent applications for that, Rich, or?
So I've heard, I haven't checked,
Oh, okay.
but that's what Gary was saying.
Okay.
Next, commissioners, it's changed from what you have in your packet to have withdrawn for the time being, so I need a motion to approve Indigent 2022 contract with Chris Bailey and Chris Biggs. Decided everyone who applies for this has to have first name Chris.
Chris wanted.
I don't remember seeing that in the contract. Okay.
Those are the only two I have, gentlemen.
Okay.
Commissioners. Excuse me.
Okay, oh, go ahead.
I move to approve contracts for Chris Bailey and Chris Biggs.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded on Digit 2022 contracts for Chris Bailey and Chris Biggs. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chairman, please, in several locations.
Not new.
We're gonna have a lot of fun.
Not new. Remember, this is just two. There's still gonna be four
Yeah.
more. Those tabs that I signed. Trying to sneak one past me. Uh-huh.
Gotta get you somehow. Let's get low.
Get a new pen.
I've got plenty of them. Yep. Got plenty of pins now. Got backups to the backups.
And next, I need a motion on tax rate correction.
I move to approve the tax roll correction.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded on a tax roll correction. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chairman, please. Need a motion on retail dealers 2022 cereal malt beverage license for Darrah's Fast Lane, 5321 Tulsa Creek Boulevard, and Darrah's Fast Lane, 1132 Pillsbury Drive.
I'm assuming that's because technically these two businesses are in county. If their city ones have to go through the city, is that right?
Yep.
And this is good for a year?
Yep.
Okay.
I move to sign the cereal malt beverage license for both their locations.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded on retail dealers 2022 cereal malt beverages for Darrah's Fast Lane at 5321 Tuttle Creek and 1132 Pillsbury Drive. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chairman, please.
Oh, yeah, this is the one that's spot on that.
Yeah, it is. Both get assigned on the same line.
Yeah. Just, there should be two separate, yeah, okay.
It's a state form.
I was gonna say it has to be one for each location. And it has to be displayed too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next, Commissioner, Riley County Personnel Action Forms for Anna Ison, a new hire, Child Care Surveyor #1, Health Department. Nathan Henderson, Contract Tracer, Separation Service. Jody Grimes, County Clerk License Elections Clerk. In the Clerk's Department, Separation Service, Joe Godnow. Promotion Appraiser 1, Personal Property Appraiser's Office.
Losing Jody, huh?
Yep, more work to do.
No more cookies when she parks on my spot anymore.
I think it's constant as change.
Are there any details on that accident last night over on Marlette Sedchild's?
Hadn't even heard of
I
it.
don't know.
Well, there was an accident over on Marlette Sedchild's.
Said avoid the area.
Yeah.
Noticed.
Of the intersection of the,
Yeah, just up there from the Farm Bureau building. Since that's the natural detour because of Kimball, I'm just curious.
Was it a pretty bad one?
I don't know. I didn't hear anything necessarily, so that could be a good thing, but
Gotcha.
could be, I just didn't catch it either. Had some pretty bad accidents here in recent times.
Yeah, not good.
and it's not in bad weather.
No,
Oh, well, I see.
yeah.
Thanks, dying on me. Commissioners, do you want registered for the Regional Leaders Retreat at the Manhattan Conference Center, January 13th and 14th?
Yeah.
It is,
Same, yeah,
it's the same as that last one.
correct.
Well, do you want to go?
Yeah,
Sure.
Clancy?
Not me. Thank you.
while it's here in town.
Ready for the minutes from the board is?
Everybody got minutes pulled up and ready to go? Sorted on the last couple of meetings, so we'll get to this fast. We'll start with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. So I just noticed something on there. You might want to take off number 12. Which we have to reschedule that.
Says reschedule.
Does that put on the reschedule?
Oh, it doesn't say on mine, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going off the email, so sometimes there is a change. Okay. That was page 6, so page 7.
It's page 5, I think. Page 6, I do have something. Page 6, Rich, under 9:50 a.m. administrative time. Line beginning Holman presented the rural economic development. That sentence.
Which number are you on?
It should be page 6 under the 9:50 a.m. time. I guess I did.
Which section number?
Number
13.
Sorry. I managed to delete that.
Gotcha. Okay. Yep.
That line, right after advisory board, if you'd add the words resolution.
Gotcha.
That's interchange on 6.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on page 6? Okay. Page 7.
I got one.
Lot under 17,
Uh-huh.
which is on page 7 and 8. Mr. Wertz's name is WIRTZ. There are some spelled that way, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd
I
never
saw
seen
it
it spelled
that
that way.
Yeah,
and I just noticed it when it came in that I knew.
I just
Some of
knew
the
the ones
others.
that go up to
Yeah.
our school district and said, just assumed it was the same spelling.
You had something on 7 too?
I do. It's in the same, under the same number, Rich, same page, under Amanda's time. The last 3 lines of text in that beginning, Holman said it would be another item in the toolbox. Find that sentence.
Under
Very,
the same area.
yeah, 17. It's the-
Yeah, gotcha, found it.
right after the phrase properties. It's actually after properties and in that same sentence. If you'd add in allow Riley County to.
Gotcha.
That's
Thank
all.
you.
Thank you.
Anything else on page 7? Okay. Page 8. And there's several of those words that you'll have to change on that.
Yeah, that's what I've been
Okay.
going through as we were talking,
Okay.
trying to find them all.
And lastly, page 9.
I would make a motion to approve the minutes from December 6th as corrected.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on a motion for approval of the amended minutes from the Board of Riley County Commissioners, December 6th, 2021 meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Tentative agendas with commissioners.
There was something on there and I just closed everything out, sorry. I think next Thursday, I'll look here. There it goes. A little slow, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay, no, we're good.
Next, Mr. Holman up at 9, I want to let the commissioners know, David Adams, John Ellerman, and myself for sure are going next Tuesday up at Leavenworth to look at their EMS facility. To get an idea.
Okay.
I guess it's a fairly new one, and David made those arrangements and invited us to go up for first thing in the morning, which should be back mid-afternoon.
Just while we're on that subject, I did get all the pertinent information from my tour of the Hardin County, Kentucky facility while I was there over Kentucky over to David. He said he and or Josh may reach out with some specific information on. They call it a multi-use space, but they use it for emergency management when necessary, and their backup dispatch.
Glad you mentioned his name. Josh is going as well. Reminded me. I was forgetting someone. Russell's 50-50, so I don't know if he's going or not.
No, but you keep talking about a bi-weekly meeting. It should be twice a week. That's similar.
I do say that, don't I? Bi-monthly. Yeah. Yeah, if we had 2 of those a week, it'd be a little overkill at this point in time, maybe.
Yeah,
Previously not,
I'm
yeah.
sure you could work, but.
You know, I'll make sure to make that.
Similar.
Ready for Clancy?
Yeah, go ahead, Clancy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Riley County Councilor Clancy Holman. Just want to present to you the 2022 Aggieville Substation proposed lease. Every year, I mean, everybody has things that happen each year that kind of remind them Christmas is coming. And every year, Mr. Riffle and I have a very brief conversation, and he offers a very favorable lease agreement for the Aggieville Substation. As the card indicates, he views this as a public service, something he helps the community out with by giving us a good, solid lease agreement. He also added in a couple within the last couple of years, a provision that allows you the flexibility to get out of it midterm if the situation changes in any way regarding space for a substation down in that area, another location. So it's always been good to work with. That hasn't changed here. In fact, this is the third year at which this rate has been offered to the board. And unless you have questions, I would ask that you go ahead and approve the lease agreement, and I'll get it back to him, and it will show up on the law board packets at that next meeting we talk about, so that the law board knows about it.
Sorry, just so commissioners know, through the duration of having that substation down there for the new commissioners, he has always been that way. He's kept our lease flat for many years and going up very infrequently and not very much. And he does view it as a community service and treats the county very well on it and the taxpayers very well on it.
Very true. Usually keeps it solid for about the same rate, usually for 2-3 years at a time.
I thought maybe it might, with everything, might go up a little bit this year, but pleasant surprise, I guess.
See that it's, every time, see that it's used that much, so I think it's a good rate for that. Every time I go down.
I was gonna say, when they need to use it, they do use it.
It gets crowded sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. it does.
I'd like to see us maybe shift to a different location and put that back on the cash flow at some point in time for more business retail purposes, but I'm gonna assume that we'll get through the majority of the year with this one for sure. So
I move to approve the board, approve the lease as presented.
I would second that.
it's been moved and seconded on the lease for the Aggieville substation. All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Chairman, sign please.
Thank you.
Fancy.
You have to have tons of copies of leases, don't we?
We do.
Can't resist. You gotta
I
have
don't know.
enough.
It's an instance where a stamp might apply.
Oh, no.
We got a few more weeks of having to put that little plug in there, Rich, so.
You could do it. It could make things go a lot faster for missions.
Yeah.
Sit down to having one meeting a month. Then we just
One
bring you
meeting a
back
month?
with, we bring you back,
I'll
we
make the motion.
bring you back all the stack of documents that you've signed without even being here or reading them.
There you go.
Sounds like paradise.
I pick up on a little bit of sarcasm there, Clancy. Not highly surprising from my end either.
No.
Next. Next question, you have Russell Stuckey, 9. A little bit of a break here. What's Christian and Sam doing?
I watched State miss 6 legs first half.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did you watch that in
I
person
heard
or on
about
TV?
that. I was
I
like,
watched that in person. And I was like,
You have it worse than me because I watched it on TV and was just like,
I did hear like 2 or 3 of those that were missed as I was driving home last night. I thought,
Yeah, no, they
couple of them drive.
just,
and the first one was juvenile. They didn't even use the backboard. I don't care how
Oh,
good you
that's
are.
what
You
I'm-
always use the backboard.
and there was 2 Marquette 3-pointers where they did just that. They used the backboard and banked them in. And I'm
Well,
just like,
one I heard.
one of
was-
them's from like Lawrence.
One I
you
heard
know,
was
and-
such a bad miss that he banked it in.
Yeah. He shot it and I thought that ain't going, oh crap, that did go in. Ugh. It's frustrating sometimes with that. It's just frustrating.
That's just kind of what they do. They just kind of launch the ball and hope it goes in.
yeah, they,
I don't like to watch it because it sounds like they play real spread out and kind of chaotic. And
well,
Well,
we
That's
kept having a-
Bruce Weber's offense is kind of that, 1/3 kind of motion moving to side, but I think that style of basketball is getting a little outdated. Let's go back to the triangle, whatever, That was actually created here at K-State. At least there's some Italian tradition with that. I don't know.
No, but they kept, this for a while in the second half, they were kept leaving a guy open in the corner wide open, right in front of their bench. I don't know if they couldn't see them because they were in front of their other color, but they'd be wide open. And they didn't start making some of those. Most of them were guarding them. They were still chucking them up, but not. And of course, we were doing the same thing.
Yeah. It was a pretty good defensive battle for a majority of the game, but what gets me is every single game we have a scoring drought, and it's not like 3-4 possessions. It stretches on like 4, 5, 6, sometimes 8 minutes. It's like, ugh, it's just so painful to watch.
But the rest of them let them play. Yeah, pretty rough out there.
Dennis?
Yeah. But they were letting the little ones go. They were letting the little ones go, kind of banging into each other.
It's kind of good that they're doing that because that's going to resemble a lot of conference play, I think, this year. I watched a little bit of the West Virginia game before.
It hurt us at the end. We had fouled 3 times to get it in. At the shoot.
I think in the first half there was 4 foul shots.
We had 2. We had 2 fouls in the first half, and they had 3.
Really? That's unreal.
I know. Especially as wild as that running and banging like it was. I hear you. They had someplace, the rest had someplace to go.
They left their keys in the car.
That's powerful. Obviously, they had twice as many people as I had the other games, but they didn't add any people to the parking. Ticket takers, so the lines were miles long, getting in and out of, getting in.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah. But, you know, they didn't, well, on the east side, now it's blocked off, they were putting that. They didn't add any ticket takers.
I wonder
And
if
it was just back from that.
Because it is being talked about and discussed that they change some of their health protocols moving forward.
You have to put on the mask in the seams.
Right.
Just go in the hallway. Then when you go into the stadium or into the arena, you don't have to go.
Yeah, the rationale behind it is that it's a more confined space out there in the corridor.
Except
Whereas
it's
inside there, you
spread
can
apart.
spread
But at
apart.
the end of the game, nobody puts a mask on. When everybody's shoulder to shoulder walking out, nobody has masks
I
on.
noticed that the student section last night on TV, it was pretty wall to wall. So
Oh, yeah, they were.
we'll see. I don't see K-State loosening those things up anytime soon.
Like, see, it doesn't. It's not gonna put it in and walk through the door and there's nobody around. When you go in and sit next to somebody, you take it off. But at least, I guess we get to take them off. The game last year, they wear them, even though we weren't. So close to-
There wasn't any, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think we had more than 2,000 in there at any given time last year.
Thousands was the
Yeah.
biggest game.
That was probably KU, yeah.
Most of them was 600 to 700.
Yeah. And that's really not because of the pandemic so much as just both basketball programs have leveled off quite considerably. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus or anything. I just, it's just not the excitement and energy there used to be.
Women's team, we got that.
A couple, yeah,
She's supposed to be one of the best players. In the
I tell you what, those two sisters, I don't know if they're twins or not. They don't look like they're twins, but
I believe they are.
they are. Okay, maybe they're fraternal twins then. But they're pretty good shooters.
Yeah, I haven't seen them this year.
Yeah, they're. I think they have a potential to develop pretty good. It doesn't feel like there's just a push or a focus or vision for basketball. It's all centered around football. They started the groundbreaking yesterday on the indoor facility.
Oh, amazing the money they can find for this stuff.
And we can't pay an assistant coach to keep them here.
Being assistant.
Yeah.
Assistants are.
They're the lowest paid in the Big 12, I think, right now.
They still make a lot of money.
Well, yeah, but if you're trying to keep up with that and you're trying to keep up, just like anything, trying to recruit talent for a various position, it's kind of hard to do. I don't know. Huh? Well, I'm granted, but we didn't, at least at the moment, we haven't gained anything yet there either.
And I don't think that's why we lost.
No, no. Man, it's amazing what's happening to LSU. All their quarterbacks except for one are gone now. They all entered the transfer portal.
And the one that's,
The starter, the second string, the fourth string, the third string was, they were gonna redshirt, and I don't think they're gonna be able to.
well, they said they've got one scholarship quarterback left. They're hoping redshirt, but he's already played 4 games this year. If he plays this game, he loses his redshirt.
They've lost a couple of people on defense. I'm surprised they've got 2 potential first rounders on defense. One has been injured all year, so he won't play, but I'm not gonna be surprised to see the other one do that too and say, no, I'm done. I'm not playing in the bowl games. Like concentrate on the draft. That's some of the stuff's just a mess.
They have allowed it to be a mess.
We may or may not get this quarterback from Nebraska.
I was gonna ask, what's the status on that?
He's visiting Cal. That's the other school apparently he's visiting. I don't know if he's got ties there. I think he's from the area.
This area?
No, from,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Well, his girlfriend plays soccer. Don't suck.
We'll get him.
Well, if anything, he
You
could
know
reach
how
out,
it
he
goes,
could reach
Greg.
out to Cade Warner and talk to his dad, Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt, you know, and say, I do think we need a senior transfer quarterback to help the development process. So the other,
That's what everyone says about that guy. That everyone says he's got 2 to play 1. I said, yeah, we needed 1 to play 1. We need it next year.
and I haven't heard if Thompson's gonna play the bowl game or not.
Yeah, who knows?
Well, the thing is, he's been that much. He's had a lot of injuries.
Isn't he?
He's missed a lot of.
That was my
games.
concern going into this year. I said, we'll get this many wins, but it depends on Thompson's durability, which has never proven good. We'd had a different year had he been healthy. Always.
I don't know, that Texas loss just still,
Agreed.
the rest of them, I could live with that one.
The one before that, I bad taste in my mouth when Sproles ran 11 times, had 128 yards, and then only ran 4 plays in the second half.
Sproles?
Not Sproles, I mean, the other. Sproles.
Oh, Vaughn.
This year's Sproles.
I'm-
Yeah.
I'm going back like 20 years trying to figure out which game you were talking about. And there was a couple of those like that too.
Sproles 2.0.
Right.
Good morning. Looks like progress.
Yes.
So did you break it in half over your knee?
Yeah, I was ready to.
Good
Bo
riddance.
Jackson.
Go to the game last night, Greg?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Seems to be
Why
the
is
seven.
everyone's reaction that went that way?
I think we're at a,
Team.
Yeah.
We lost.
I think some frank discussions of the basketball program are gonna have to be had at some point in time.
Made a difference. Better than last
Oh, yeah.
year.
But transfers that come in have improved things dramatically, but
Heard some after game comment that it's just like it's money on board. We can play everybody really close. Just give them a finish. Win games. Well, I was just close to thank you 1-2.
I still by the mantra that second place is the first loser.
Yeah, and that's,
Brother-in-law came last night. This Marquette jacket. He said, Marquette red.
Oh, no.
But he's actually, he came and came, my son got him tickets this last year when we played up there. Wade go up to Marquette. And game up there. Actually, his first year is from Marquette, masters is from KU. And his kids all, and his boys all went to K-State.
I was interested to find out that Bob Dole was recruited and went to KU and played basketball. He was on a 43 Big 8 championship team. Yeah, he was recruited by Fog Allen to play basketball. Caught me by surprise. He played football and a couple other sports too. That's before, that's before he went to World War II, but.
Saying on the radio all the different, it's gonna be in Washington, then the Salina, then Topeka,
On to Russell.
and then the rest, yeah.
And then back to Washington.
Is it gonna be at Arlington?
Yeah.
I was wondering, they didn't say that on the ticket, so I kind of figured that way. His wife is in Virginia.
North Carolina.
But on North Carolina. that's it.
Well, they didn't say Arthur, they said just go back to DC.
I couldn't, yeah, I was gonna say, I couldn't think they would put him anyplace else.
Russell.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna be buried in DC.
Yeah.
If you think about it, he probably spent more time there than he did in Russell, even post-career.
So, yeah. Okay.
Right, yep.
Oh, it is. Russell. You are up, sir.
Morning, Commissioners. Russell Stuckey, Riley County Fire. Just here to get permission to accept a grant from the State Fire Marshal's Office for $3,400 for firefighter recruitment and safety. And John put in for this grant, and there were $600,000 worth of requests, $100,000 available, and we got $3,400 of it for to buy new helmets for firefighters.
You got plan for it yet?
Helmets. Mhm.
Is that gonna cover all your need there?
Oh, no.
I didn't figure.
No. I think he asked for, don't hold me to this, I think he asked for like 34,000.
Okay.
And we got
That
34,
seems-
and we got 3,400.
Gives you
so.
10% of your ad.
It'll take care of 4 hats. Basically.
Better than nothing.
Yes,
I think they're 200 some, $250 a piece ballpark. So
so approximately 10. I wasn't too far off. My math is getting better, finally.
We need to get your little calculator beside your desk.
But that's the reason why I got into this spot to begin with, see? I relied on the calculator pretty much my entire college years in particular, so I'm trying to battle that.
I moved to approve the acceptance of the safety grant of $3,400.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on grant for the, from the Kansas State Fire Marshals. That's all those in favor.
Aye.
Thank you, Russell. Next, commissioners, you have Shiloh here at 9:30.
Slow
Just
internet
what you
there.
want. More numbers.
Yeah, I know. Always numbers. Guess that's why they say life's a gamble, because gamble's the requirement.
There you go.
Reading Clancy's email, latest email. I haven't seen that.
Oh, yeah.
What driver you want?
Engine panel.
Oh, yeah. He called me yesterday. Had an interesting conversation.
Yes.
I talked to him early yesterday evening as well.
He let off some steam.
I must have talked to him right afterwards then. I was expecting that and it didn't happen, so.
Well, I got an interesting email, so I left my steam on it too, so. Well, maybe I'm being a little harsh.
I don't know if anybody caught it, but that's a 30 for 30 panel at the state level is meeting. Starting to have hearings.
And something that doesn't even know it exists.
Guess they're just bringing up to dialogue and conversation at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe they know something we don't know yet. I don't know. I do think it's worth paying attention to. Morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Hello.
I'm great.
Good. Good.
And you all?
Good.
I could complain, but I don't think anybody would listen.
I'll always listen. I'm not looking to, everything.
I was at work yesterday and had somebody complaining about getting a driver's license. But I asked them which county they were getting a driver's license in, and they said Gary County. And I was like, oh, okay. I thought they have the other driver's license place opened up over there, right?
Yeah, they do, they're full service.
That's what I thought. I told him, you have some options there, but
And you don't have to go to your county. You can go anywhere and get a driver's license, so.
Well, last year, a lot of them were shutting down on the table.
A lot of them we're not taking out of,
yeah.
for us, though, that would have been way too difficult to, Okay, do you live on this side of Manhattan or that side of Manhattan?
Or if you're a student from
Yeah.
another location trying to get a driver's license.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't understand. That's a real challenge.
Mhm.
Shouldn't be, but it is.
Yeah.
I've got to have one Clay County,
Um,
because there's never a line. You walk in, get it done, walk out, because there's.
And it's
I've learned with
just
that,
as
if you
close
show
to
up
it,
10
it's
minutes
closer
before they
to it,
open,
probably.
there may be a little bit of a line, but they're gonna get through pretty fast at that point in time.
yeah.
Next time you
Procrastination
go there,
should be a
bring back
deadly
one of
sin.
those tasty pastry nut rolls.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they've got pastries? No, that might change the equation.
Tasty pastry.
Tasty pastry across the.
Oh,
across the
yeah,
street,
yeah.
Square there. Oh, yeah, that's good stuff.
There's just no one that makes a donut like they do. Their dough is different. It's just different. It's good. They're my
Oh,
favorite. by far.
And that's, my excuse since I'm there, I have to.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Kind of like the carrot cake I had back home for Thanksgiving. It's the most amazing thing of all things that are amazing. I'm trying to find a way to get them here. It may cost $100, $200, but I'm telling you, I'm balancing that. It might be worth it.
Well, you were driving though. You could have brought some back.
They didn't have any more.
Oh, okay. Wait.
Believe me, I asked. I'm like, I'm leaving on Tuesday. Can you make a couple? No, don't have enough time to do that with all of our other orders.
I love carrot cake.
David Adams has a staff member at his another family from Oldsburg, and his mother makes the best carrot cake I've ever had in this world in Oldsburg. It is just amazing.
I'm telling you, this thing should be its own food group. It means they've got
That's the way
like
with this
bits
one,
of
it is
raisins
just-
and ginger and cinnamon and all things that are, I know you wouldn't think that, I know, but it's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
That's on the radio, they're saying.
Not enough time has passed, and I'm gonna have dreams.
Yeah, I heard that.
And that some famous cheesecake place in New York was closing for a couple of days because they couldn't get enough to make their
Not
cheesecakes.
cheap, cream
Which they
cheese.
said that's their huge Christmas thing, that they get a lot of
I
orders.
I think next year,
Couldn't get any.
we probably better put an order in for Thanksgiving if we're going to do that, if that happens, because I showed up there at 9 a.m. and there was a huge line. Fortunately, most people were there to pick up orders that they'd already placed, but I mean, they make big, order a dozen cookies and you think cookies, but they're pretty massive in and themselves too.
I'm just not a huge cheesecake fan. I can eat it, but it's overrated to me.
Sam. His facial expressions in this conversation have been worthwhile to watch.
We need to turn the camera that way.
Yeah.
I can watch these guys.
I will not stand for this cheesecake.
I'm gonna listen to the radio this afternoon. They're gonna be bad mouthing you.
Public protest from our Cane Man reporter.
So have you been to the new place and how you go?
No. Is there cheese? Oh, I have seen that.
Yeah,
Not been there yet.
next to Rockabilly.
Uh-huh.
I haven't been there yet.
Oh, that's what they were doing over there. Okay.
My daughter's gone.
I drive down there on Fridays, of course, and I've been seeing traffic in and out of that section. They had a big dumpster and stuff out there. I knew they were putting something in.
Their pies is really good too. They have,
Mhm.
they're selling out of that coffee shop down across from the Nichols.
Okay.
And we had she makes the best.
I think I seen a Facebook post or something. You could like
She's
to be.
amazing.
I've heard it's
'Cause
really
they're-
good. She's
Oh,
always at
yeah.
the farmer's market.
Yeah.
I say it's really good.
I'd rather lunch with them.
Oh,
Christmas, there's a peppermint chocolate.
So.
and you don't ever think to,
They're personal pies,
Cream
they're this
pie.
big.
Just give
but
it
you know, they
one,
make
two,
more than
three,
one.
4, 5.
Man. Well, on that note, Shiloh, I don't know how you're gonna top that with numbers, but I'm gonna give you the opportunity nonetheless.
Well, I didn't want to add, but I don't really like sweets. I would rather have chips and dips. If I'm gonna do the calories. Good morning. So you get me twice in 1 week, so it's your lucky week. I'm here with the November revenue report. So we ended the month of November with a balance in the general fund of $17,850,676.84, which is up just over 5.2 million compared to the general fund in 2020. Our total fund balance for the month of November ended up at 57,624,632.92. And when I take out the ARPA funds for this year and the CARES funds for last year, we're up just over 4 million in our total fund balance for November of 2021. Our year-to-date investment income in the general fund is 97,552.28. This represents 48.78% of the budgeted amount, and which means we're right now at just under 43% under budget for 2021 on investment income. And our ARPA fund income to date is $608.90. Once again, the rate on the active checking account was 0.05%, and we did not have any CDs that renewed in November. So our overall general fund revenue, we ended the month with total revenue of $394,932.88, which is 14.2% over what was budgeted for the month of November. And then year to date, we are sitting right at 13.75% over what we have budgeted for November general fund revenues. And then you can see on this particular slide, we have collected 112.43% of total budgeted revenues for the general fund. Sales tax kind of leveled out for the month of November. We deposited $305,500.46, which represents September sales. This shows a 22.2% over the budgeted amount of $250,000, and it's down about 1.45% compared to November of 2020. Year to date, we are 31.66% over what we have budgeted for this year.
We had one less home game this year than we did last year. That's what that is. I expected that to be a little higher for September. That's okay.
And you can see here, so year to date, our sales tax is up almost 13% compared to where we were last year. It's down 17% from what we showed last month, but as you remember, last month was a pretty big month. And November sales tax is up just slightly compared to of the total amounts collected. And then you can see here the various areas. Most areas were down slightly, or were down. These are all the areas that were down compared to last year. And use tax, this is just showing you use tax is up about 12.45% compared to use tax last year. Any questions or on any of that? Okay. Just to let you know, tax payments are coming in steadily right now. Just a reminder to the public that first half taxes must be postmarked by Monday, December 20th. So we're about 2 weeks out from there. As always, you can avoid waiting in lines by paying online, through the mail, or using our drop box in front of the building. And then just on one other final note, the treasurer's office would like to close at 2 on the 30th for our year-end balancing. And so just wanted to make sure you're okay with that.
Yeah, I was also curious what the extra half a day of Christmas will do for your office, so that.
By that point, we're pretty close to having a lot of the tax mail worked up, and December's there still would be a whole nother week for people to renew their car tags. December's a really small month for car registration. So it's U, X, Y, and Z. So there aren't a lot those last names. So we do see a decrease in registrations in December. So we should still be able to get everything done that we need to get done. So, and on behalf of me and my staff, we do appreciate having that extra time to have with family. So we appreciate that.
We appreciate you guys as well. So that's why we do that.
So is there anything else I can provide for you at this time?
I don't have anything. Does nobody? Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Shiloh.
You are welcome. Have a great rest of your week.
Will do. You do the same.
Next, Mercy of Jason Smith at 9:45.
On that conference in January, and those all-day conferences.
The one on Thursday will be,
Friday.
usually Friday's half a day.
Or 3/4 of a day or something like that. My guess is they may talk a little bit about that when they give an update
I
here.
was gonna say, we can ask.
Yeah.
We can ask him when he comes in.
What we're having.
Yeah. I know they're gonna follow up with some stuff from committees that they put together from that discussion in the summer, so. Sounds like.
How you guys doing?
Morning.
Yes.
Okay, Jason, Janet, morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Janet Nichols, Military Community Liaison for the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. It's been a couple months since I've seen you guys here, so
Been
nice to
pretty
see
busy
you.
though, so.
October, November were crazy.
Yep.
So, but here's a brief update on a little bit about Fort Riley, a little bit what I've been up to. Right now, Fort Riley's general order on COVID has not changed since July 29th. They're still on General Order 12. However, it looks very likely that on the horizon is going to be a vaccine requirement to enter post. They're requiring it for certain events. They also are having a limitation on numbers of people at events they sponsor, not what they can attend, but what they sponsor. There's a cap of 50, and that is indoor or outdoor, which is signified, unfortunately, the Christmas tree lighting very late. They didn't get an exception to policy, and they had to technically cancel it, except for what they call the Victory 5. So, so while other COVID restrictions and things, you know, are what they are on post, it's still very, very strict there, and it's likely to stay that way for the forthcoming. Now, like I said, it's not official. It's not on their general order. I checked it before I came. So just heads up on that. But in some good news, the Aviation Brigade should be all back, I think, next week. So mid-December, they said. So I think they're on track for that. So 1st Brigade will be in the spring sometime. I'm not sure. I'm guessing March-ish. And then next spring, also in February, 2nd Brigade will be going to the National Training Center in California. That's about a month. But after that, as of right now, nothing on the horizon. So deployment wise, except for that headquarters mission, which will definitely go through the summer in Poland. I'm not sure if we have it beyond that, if First Brigade has it beyond that, but they'll definitely be there through the summer. General Gainey and Colonel Norman will switch out this winter. And then, yeah, so it looks good for having our troops in garrison. So, and then the only other thing I have for Fort Riley is this past October, they did do a community tour. And so they plan to do that again this spring. So if you have never or haven't been in a really long time on Fort Riley, they give a really great tour. I got feedback from 2 or 3 people who were on that tour that they were really super impressed. And Fort Riley really does love rolling out the red carpet for community and showing off their stuff. So if anyone here is interested, please let me know and I'll get you in contact with Ben Van Beesler over there, who's coordinating that trip. I don't think I've been here since I went to AUSA, the Association of the United States Army. We had, despite a lot of challenges, a lot of the socializing and networking opportunities were canceled due to COVID. It was a very productive trip. We met with a lot of senior leaders, mostly prior 1ID people who knows us and knows our chapter. However, we had really great meeting with them. We also met with our entire congressional delegation except for one congressman. And so that was really productive as well. So we had about 20 people going from the Manhattan side and I got only positive feedback on the trip. So and I kept telling some new folks who had never been before who were like, this is great. I was like, this is AUSA light. Just wait till they're back to doing what they usually do. So very good trip. Also, I've been to, since I last saw you, the Association of Defense Communities Installation Innovation Conference. And that one is always really great. This was in, San Antonio. For some reason, I had another town in my head, but it was in San Antonio. And I was asked by Ron Fear from the city to present about the Defense Community Infrastructure Grant and the airport project. I was a little nervous because I was sitting up there with engineers and planners, and I am not an airport administrator, but it looks like that went pretty well on behalf of the city. And I was really proud to be asked and honored to be asked to represent our area and our airport like that. And so they always talk about things that are really, really relevant to what's relevant to the community is relevant to the Army. So childcare, K through 12 education, military spouse employment, military transition, defense sector economic development strategies, and other federal grant opportunities outside of the defense community infrastructure grant and what the DoD has, all kinds of things. I'm still putting my notes together from that because it's, like I said, it's been a little busy, but it was a really good and productive, and I always feel like I learn a lot while there. The MRC lunch program year is over for the year. Our last one, we had the Adjutant General for the state of Kansas, General Weishar, talking about what the National Guard's been up to, and they've been really busy the past year with a lot of stuff that they hadn't really done before, or at least in a really long time. Our next MRC lunch is February 2nd at the Hilton. We're going to have a military behavioral health panel. So I think there's going to be some folks from Katie's Way and from IAC. Art DeGroat at K-State is helping me coordinate that. And that kind of ties in with something else I've been working on, which is the Governor's Challenge to prevent suicide with service members, veterans, and family members. And that's really kind of getting some momentum with some action. For next year, one of the things we're going to do is have a mental health conference on post at Riley's. We've consulted with General Sims, and he's very interested in having that on post. So that should be in May-ish. I'll let you know on that as we go along. And we also had the Little Apple Brigade Ball that was well attended. We had about 100 people there, and it was pretty evenly split between our community and the Fort Riley leadership. So that was a really nice and fun event. And for the time being, that's all I've got for now, unless I can host any questions. But I really do appreciate you guys' support. I see you at Military Connected and MRC events, so thank you very much. And, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Same to you. Let us know what that tour looks like in the spring. I may be interested in doing that for sure.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
You did that.
I did that. It was
Oh,
great.
Yeah, okay,
I
good.
really enjoyed it. It was good. It was really amazing, especially the virtual,
Yeah.
in person kind of. Oh, yeah.
Good. Great, thanks a lot.
Learned a lot too.
All right. Good morning, commissioners. A couple of events to make note of in case you have interest. Next Tuesday, and we'd really like to get registration by the end of the day tomorrow if you want to come, is our Power Lunch series for December. And it's Dick Carter who's going to preview the legislative session. So if you saw it last year, I thought Dick did a great job kind of summarizing that. And it was online last year, but it'll be in person this year. Also, to put on your calendars if you're interested, and I know you've all have participated, January 13th and 14th is the Regional Leaders Retreat. It will be here again, which I'm very excited about.
We all plan on attending.
I'm sorry?
We're all going to attend.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. I know some of you are going, didn't we just do, yes, we did, but we are getting back on the right cycle. So because they're typically in January. So I just have a couple items. One I would like to, not necessarily today, but I know we're in the process of seeing some changes at the regional council, and just wanted you all to be aware. Last year we made a commitment for $37,639 over 3 years. So each year, $37,000 each year as a matching grant for the regional council's EDA grant. And we did it on behalf of Riley County, Pot County EDC, I think did theirs for Pot County, and then I think Junction City did theirs a little different. But they did it on a pro rata basis based on the counties, and the $37,000 was our share. $23,000 of that, $23,229 is cash, and then $14,410 we count some of our staff time working on those projects as in kind. Obviously, there's some changes. We are advocating they continue with that process. Part of that was the implementation of the Region Reimagined strategy. And so as Christy is finishing up, I think today, maybe your last day? Is that
I think it's
tomorrow. As she's finishing up, a lot of those strategies come straight from Region Reimagined. And that's obviously why we were interested in participating and helping financially support that. I just wanted you all to be aware we were doing that. And then number two, if you have feedback, because obviously we're paying on behalf of Riley County, not the commission, but the county. Let me know because we budgeted it. We're inclined to continue it as long as the regional council is committed to the implementation of that strategy. But we'd like to hear any feedback you all might have. So take some time, think about it, whether privately or collectively, we'd be interested in that. One of the other items that was identified actually at the last leaders retreat that we're going to update everybody on, but I wanted to give you a brief update because some of the tactics are starting to be discussed publicly, was entrepreneurship. And so there's two things that we think are really important as part of that process. One is we discussed at the leaders retreat this idea that we need to develop some kind of a local fund for startups. And that has a lot of different, there's a lot of different models of that. And we're open to having that dialogue and what that looks like. But there needs to be some startup capital to help some of these businesses either get started or purchase a business. And so we are advocating that at least from our standpoint right now, because of where we see the funds might be available and how they might come down. The city commission to consider that as part of maybe an economic development fund set aside. We also think that a portion of that should be allocated specifically for disadvantaged businesses. So I know that was part of the DEI report that came out to the city commission on Tuesday. But and we think that's important, as I've told you all before. While we are aggressively pursuing jobs with our existing businesses and potentially attracting new companies, we think from terms of long-term economic impact on this region that entrepreneurship is the number one activity we need to be engaged in. And so we're excited to be doing that. The second thing that I want to mention along those lines is we also believe very strongly that we need a front door to the entrepreneurship community. And right now everything is scattered in a lot of different places. We have been part and participated in a conversation about a potential entrepreneurship center somewhere in a walkable district that was in the Region Reimagined strategy. We've had an opportunity to take a look potentially at a space that would be built along with the garage. There's a couple of reasons why that's attractive. Number one, it creates it fulfills the strategy, which is to create a center of gravity for entrepreneurship in a walkable district. The second thing it does is it enhances Aggieville in terms of potential new businesses that could spin out into existing facilities in Aggieville without creating competition. So I think the number one thing we've heard from the Aggieville Business Association, and we speak pretty regularly with Dennis Cook, they don't want to see necessarily more restaurant space built there, and they don't want to see necessarily more retail space there because there's already existing restaurant and retail space. So we see this as a complement, and I think they do too, in terms of, okay, you can start up a business there and then spin out into another office in Aggieville or another retail space in Aggieville. So we think that that's a viable, at least a viable solution to consider. We have a report that we issued at our last investors breakfast, and we'll discuss further at the leaders retreat that talked about what that might look like. And it could be a combination of a number of different things, including Spark relocating there, SBDC relocating there. Right now, SBDC is in our offices, maybe some pop-up shops, co-working space. Right now, Spark is located in a co-working space. So, but it's kind of in a different part of town that isn't necessarily attractive to young entrepreneurs. So we're continuing to have that dialogue. We'll make sure that we keep you all in the loop on the details of that, and you all can provide input as you see fit. The last thing I want to remind everybody as we talk about startups is we do pay the Raleigh County portion of having the SBDC office in Manhattan. And that's a split between us, Pottawatomie County and Geary County. Right now they are directorless. We hope that changes in the near future. Lori left and went to Topeka, but it is a free service to entrepreneurs who need help with business plans, need help identifying where to go for financing opportunities. I did ask Lori right before she left because I had her pull all the data on who they've assisted. But just so you know, in terms of businesses outside of Manhattan and Raleigh County, right now there are 17 open businesses that have been helped by the Manhattan SBDC office. And the director coordinated 23 training events in the first half of 21. 268 total Raleigh County clients have been assisted through the local SBDC office. So that's something we're real proud of. It's a $12,000 direct financial expense that we spend on behalf of the county to keep that office here. Otherwise, you'd have to go to Washburn because that's where it's managed out of. And then we currently are giving them free space at the chamber office. So something to remember as you talk to your constituents, as people say, I need help with starting this business or that business. That is a free service. You all are helping us pay for that. So make sure your constituents know about it and are taking advantage of it. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, Jason, I have a question on startups. Does the SBA not fund startups anymore?
There are some programs that are available. Typically, SBA has two pots. One is a microloan, which are very small amounts, and sometimes that doesn't fit what we're talking about in terms of particularly scalable technology-based companies. And the other one is more asset lending. And as you think about, say, somebody that's starting up a software company, they don't have any assets to borrow against, right? They need an office, a computer, and about 6 months of working capital. And then there just aren't necessarily direct SBA programs that will help fill that gap. Now, there are some matching funds that if you can put pools together, which is sort of what we're looking at here, that we might be able to go in and get some assistance. There's also a new program that was just launched and we're still investigating, but I believe $70 million went to the Kansas Department of Commerce through the Rescue Act to assist with capital startup funds. So that's another avenue that we're looking at as well.
Yeah, and you're looking at like tapping into some of those funds to fund this other, the startup fund that you're starting.
Right, correct. Yeah, or match or leverage and those kind of things. We had a program when I was in Lincoln. The state started a program And it was specifically targeted at, I just went blank on what it's called, where you come up with a model of something that you're going to produce. I just went blank on the terms. But as you're developing a new product, you could go in and get up to $50,000. To help you do that, it had to be matched. So that actually created a $100,000 opportunity for that entrepreneur. Then once the product was developed, you could go back for another, I believe, 25,000 that also had to be matched. So it was a way of creating, and we had investors then in Lincoln who were all of a sudden, instead of going into the stock market or going into a fund in California, that said, well, that's a good deal. I'll spend 75,000 with that entrepreneur because I know it's getting some assistance from the state to help, and it helps reduce the risk in terms of investing in, and as you know, investing in startups is very risky. So
Yeah, it is. And do we have banks that are buying into this kind of financing to help the match?
Yeah, we've talked to a few of the bankers locally. Again, those aren't the kind of deals we're talking about aren't necessarily bankable deals because they don't have, maybe they may be bankable deals if they could get a grant and then go to the bank
Right.
for that kind of thing. So I think it enhances their lending ability to Manhattan area based companies. So I think they, at least the ones that have discussed it internally at the chamber, have all been supportive of that.
Okay.
And again, we also, I want to be clear, we also are very strong and support the DEI strategy for the city of Manhattan, that there also be a set aside for disadvantaged businesses. And we define that as minority women. And we also expand that in our vernacular to potentially veteran. So maybe you do it in phases, but we see those three areas as sometimes having a hard time getting initial capital to start up. That we have opportunities here to really expand on. Any other questions? Well, again, we always appreciate the opportunity to come over once a month. I will remind you all, we're happy to come over anytime. So if there's ever anything you want to visit about, I know Janet and Darren and George and Karen and the rest of us would be happy to come over anytime and visit about things that are going on.
If you ever need additional time, just give us a call.
That may be coming soon. So, okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Janet.
Is it probably, are we members of the chamber? So we can go to any of the things. Ah,
The
okay.
membership, right? If there's a fee. Of course.
Good, how are you?
Thank you.
Okay, we need to get moving forward here.
Okay.
First off, I need to make a motion that we recess as the Board of County Commission and reconvene as the Board of County Health.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded on the motion. All those in favor?
Right.
Okay, go ahead, Julie.
Good morning.
Morning.
Here with my monthly report, and as usual, we'll start with the budget to actual for November. So Shelley's provided that to you along with explanations as to the highlighted areas under revenues and expenses. This has not changed. It's usually due to timing of grants or COVID expenses. For COVID update, we did see a little increase in our cases. We fully expected that, especially after Thanksgiving. So we're currently monitoring 147 active cases, and our 14-day average percent positive is at 6.87% after being under 5% for 2 consecutive weeks. And again, like I said, we expected to see that.
One positive, just slowed. I was comparing numbers from last year's date to yesterday, and we had 439 last year on this
Sounds
date.
about right.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So we've gone down considerably. I think probably where we should probably be concerned the most is hospitalizations, and that hadn't really changed. So
I would
just
agree. Yeah.
want to emphasis there.
Yeah. We are seeing more of our young school age kids testing positive, but most have very mild symptoms. That's good to see. I'll say that all of our schools have been doing a phenomenal job with the Test to Stay initiative with KDHE. So when someone does test positive, unless they're close contacts, they get a hold of those, but they're able to stay in school and do the testing every day. And as long as they test negative, they don't have to quarantine at home. We have had a few situations where the parents choose to keep them at home, which is completely fine. But
If they'd like to keep them at school, we can do that as long as they test negative. Of course, if they test positive, we send them home right away with the isolation rules. We are currently monitoring, or Via Christi actually is currently monitoring 10 COVID positive patients. There are 4 in the ICU and 6 on the medical floor. 3 patients in the ICU are on vents and 1 patient is fully vaccinated. Otherwise, everyone else is unvaccinated.
Any of those new
From
previous reports?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
on that.
because I'm thinking the 3 that are on vents have been on there for
yeah.
quite some time. One I know for sure.
Yeah,
So, okay.
especially for Monday's report. Yeah,
correct.
it's probably the same. As far as testing, we are seeing anywhere from about 1,000 to 1,500 tests per week. KDHE is still offering PCR testing every day from 8 to 5 at the mall. We're still offering rapid testing for symptomatic individuals at the health department every day. We are going to start a conversation with KDHE, hopefully tomorrow, to chat about the possibility of them adding the rapid tests. They're just doing PCR saliva tests right now, but it would greatly help us out if they were able to do the rapid symptomatic testing. Especially in January, when we start to reduce some of our contact tracers, they'll just be doing contact tracing work and not so much of the testing. We have asked Jenny Ewan with our RIDEX team to be able to do some testing through the health department. So she's agreed to do 3 days a week out of the health department. But as long as KDHE is able to take up some of that as well, we can move right along. We're also going to ask them if they can help us out on Saturdays. As of right now, there are no options in the community for free testing on the weekends. So come January, hopefully they'll be able to add a Saturday option as well. And then as far as vaccines, we do have one more Moderna booster clinic tomorrow from 10 to 3 at the Family and Child Resource Center. We are full, so we will expect to see a lot of people come through tomorrow, and that will be our last one through for the year. We'll continue to schedule people through the clinic. As far as staff updates, these are all of our open positions right now. We are still looking for a medical clerk. This is our temporary position through the ELC supplemental funding on for we have about 1.5 years left through that. That is a full-time position. We also have a full-time social worker position still available through our MCH program. We do have an interview later today, so we're hopeful. We also have a navigator position through our MCH program, which will start in January, and that is that 1 year with an option to extend position. We also now have a clinic supervisor position open, and we have had a few applicants for that, so we'll start interviewing soon for that position. And we did have one new surveyor. Well, she will be starting with us after Christmas. That's Anna Eisern. She will be a new child care licensing surveyor starting with us on the 27th. So they will be fully staffed for a while. I knocked on wood. Yeah.
You got to use it for a while.
Yes, for a while. And as far as program updates, WIC continues to see an increase for money for fresh produce that's extended through March of 2022. So that's great for their clients. Their staff will go through breastfeeding training in January. That is a virtual breastfeeding training in January that will be over a few days, I believe mid-January. Raising Riley is hosting their annual family engagement and provider holiday event next Tuesday evening at the FCRC building. This will be the first year they've brought those two groups together. So they're anxious to do this though, as they didn't have this option last year. Jan is almost finished with the grant application that provides funding for the whole program. So I'll be back here next week at this time to ask for approval to send that grant in. The clinic is really busy with regular appointments, clinics, and they're training their 2 new nurses. Once we get everyone on board and trained, we will be able to do more remote clinics at businesses, schools, and we can do some homebound individuals as well. Child care licensing is currently investigating 8 regulatory complaints and 6 illegal care complaints. They only had 5 fingerprints this last month, but I believe that's just due to the holiday. MCH has partnered with K-State Extension to host a community baby shower on January 22nd from 1 to 5. That's a Saturday. That will be at the Family and Child Resource Center. The Extension Office has a graduate student who is organizing this, and she has reached out to our community partners to donate new items for this baby shower.
So Breb is also applying for the injury prevention grant through KDHE for more items to donate to this shower. There will be 20 families selected to attend based on referrals from MCH and other agencies. And then a few things coming up. We've been working with Connie and her team on the community health improvement process. So we met with her last month to finalize the plan and to look at the timeline from here on out. She is busy right now with her team reviewing secondary data and updating with supplemental data. They're also drafting a community survey, another survey, and they will work on planning a community input meeting. So we also have an MPH student that we're onboarding right now to help with that as well. In January, we'll have a kickoff meeting with the steering committee and other key partners. And then February through March, with the help of the Flint Hills Wellness Coalition, Health Department, and the students will promote and distribute that community survey. We'll assist Connie's company with scheduling and hosting community input meetings. And then April through July, we'll analyze all of that data, all of the information that we got from the meetings, the focus groups. And then by September, they will have a final report for you. So that's a timeline for the CHIP process. For the annual report process, it's not near as long as a timeline. I'm going to start this in January. I'll compile data from my program directors and supervisors and then complete a rough draft the next month. By March 10th, I hope to have that in front of you. So, any questions on anything?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, I will go ahead and make a motion that we recess as the Board of County Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commission.
Yes.
Second. It's been moved and seconded on the motion. All those in favor? Aye.
Next, commissioners, you have Tammy Thompson, budget and planning.
Okay. 15-minute break.
I want to. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Bye.
Bye, have a good one.
Yeah. It's actually good. That might be one I can watch later.
Probably, yes.
I got.
There's my ideas for
Right.
things like that.
Yeah. I did not really like that.
Morning again. Good, how are you? Good.
Did you watch any of the volleyball tournament?
I did.
I was really hoping K-State won that first one, but
I was kind of surprised they got an invite. They've got such a young squad though. I mean, that'll be a real learning
yeah,
experience.
and they're not very deep right
No.
now. But a good honor to be there. They've had a lot of ups and downs this season, so hopefully they can.
I think, yeah, with the young squad and I've seen some of the recruits that they're bringing in. They obviously hit the Kansas City area pretty hard and there's good high school volleyball there. So that
That's
proved to
good
be,
that
yeah.
they did because they haven't had very many in-state. KU has a lot of.
Yeah, they've been really focusing in on that and you've seen what they've been doing over the last few years.
Yeah.
I think they're still, did they make the Elite Eight?
No.
Yeah, they're in right now. They
Okay.
No, it's a
play
six,
at noon.
it's 16 today, I thought they said.
This
Oh,
is-
they're playing for the Elite Eight?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
they-
I knew they did Sweet 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they play Pitt State, so.
Yeah,
That'll be
they're-
tough.
Yeah, they're ranked number 1 or number 2, Penn State.
3.
It's Pitt State that they play today.
Oh, Pitt State. Oh, okay.
And they're a force, so we'll see. If they play as well as they can, they might be able to pull it out.
Well, that's always hard.
Tonight, huh?
Uh,
Then, huh?
Well, they're at noon today, so I'm gonna go home at lunch and turn it on.
Tammy is quite the volleyball connoisseur, and I hear pretty salty player too.
They play Nebraska, or Nebraska plays tonight as well. So theirs is at 8:30 and they're usually a pretty strong team, so we from watching.
Yeah, they're usually top 10, top 15. Remember the one year we went up there to Lincoln in the regional and swept them. That was
Yeah.
about 5, 6 years ago.
Volleyball's such a weird sport.
It is such an ebbs and flow.
It's fun to watch though.
It is.
When they get into a good back and forth, it's fun.
Yeah.
You know, kids playing is so frustrating.
It seems like if one team gets a momentum, it seems to carry it back.
You see some of the scores where it's like 25, 22, the first couple of 2 sets, and then it just immediate flips and it's like 25-16 and they win the.
I know, it's so crazy. You sit there and you're so frustrated because you're like, how is this happening?
Yeah. Kind of like baseball in a way, you could lose a game 12-0 one night, turn around and win a game 3-1 the next day. It's just, there's no rhyme or reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ready, Tammy?
Yeah.
The question is, are you?
We hope. We hope.
We try.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tammy Robinson, Budget and Finance Officer here with the monthly cash flow reports. We're going to start with CIP. You can see as of the end of November, we're 92% into the year. And for the month of November, we did not collect any extra revenue in the CIP fund. We did spend $82,848. For the year, it's 1.4 million. And that equates to 16.03% of our budget. Down here on the left side, you can see the cash reconciliation. That shows you where we are at the end of November with our actual unencumbered cash sitting there at 8.2 million. If you take into account our projects and our reserves, we would expect 3.6 million at the end of December if we spent everything that we have reserved or anything. Sorry, we would have 3.68 million if we had spent all of our funds that were reserved. And then the box right below does give you the reserved funds. One thing I do want to point out, the radio interest reserve, that is a completed project. And so those 106,000 will go towards that lease payment next year. So that will no longer be there. Any questions on that? The next one just gives you the detail of the projects, what was estimated, what's been spent in prior years, what's been spent in the current year, what's remaining to be spent, or if they've been completed, which are the ones in blue, whether we came in under or over. And then this is the depiction that shows you not only what we spent by month, but also what we've spent as a total in comparison to the budget. The next one is building cash flow. And that one shows that we spent 11,390 in the month of November. For the year, it totals to 253,556, which equates to that 64.52% of the budget. And then again, on the left side, you can see the cash reconciliation. So as of the end of November, we had $149,816. And then just a quick depiction of what we've spent each month and then in comparison to our budget overall. Are there any questions on county building? The next one is economic development. Again, you can see at the top, we show that we're at the 92% into the year. In November, we spent $8,830. That was for the remaining printing and mailing costs on the ballot question information that we sent out. And then the total for the year is $329,814. That equates to 82.8 or 18% of our budget. And then again, on the left is the cash reconciliation, and you can see our ending cash at November was $122,020, and estimating projects 61,870. If we spent those dollars, we would end the year with 60,149. And then again, the breakdown of the detail of what we've spent, what we have estimated to spend, and what's left to spend. And then of course, the ones in blue are the ones that are completed. And that Riley County General Eco Devo, that's the line that we did spend those sales tax dollars for the question that was on the ballot. So you can see that in November, it totaled 26,915. We do have one more that's come through in December. So we should be completed with all of those costs at that point. And then a quick depiction again of each month and then overall in comparison to the budget. Any questions on economic development? The last one is sales tax. I know Shiloh was here this morning and she presented the revenue numbers, but I'm going to repeat it. For the month of November, we did receive $152,750 in the sales tax fund, and we spent $137,241, which equates to $489,847 for the year, and that is 11.34% of our budget. And then on the left is the reconciliation that shows at the end of November, we had 5.8 million. And estimated projects, if we spent them in December, we would come in at 5.6. The detail is on this next sheet. Again, the blue ones are the ones that have been completed, and we do keep all of those on, even though that's from 2012 on, just so you can keep track of all of those projects. And the last one, again, is just a quick graphical depiction that shows you what we spend each month and then compares it to the overall budget.
And as we work through next year, it might be worthwhile to list what's left out of those 2012 projects as
of what we intend to still spend and
Yeah.
which ones will carry into the.
correct. So if we can get maybe a graph on that as we work through that. Thankfully, make the transition into the new one that kind of gives us a update of where we're at, and the direction that we're heading.
And speaking of that, I don't know if Rich had already updated you, but I did see some information come through that specifically said the sales tax that they're talking about on the food is just for the state of Kansas. It would not be for the local. So in case you didn't already know that.
It wouldn't come out of our.
It'll come out, it'll come out of their 6.5. Okay, good. That's good.
That's good, yeah.
I actually didn't think it was going to be a large cut out of that, because I still tend to think, and I don't think it's going to be a large cut out of the state, because I still think that money is going to get spent discretionarily. So while it may come out of convenience and it'll add to retail or compensating use or something else, it's going to stay under the same umbrella. Percentages will just move around. So.
And I didn't mention that either, but I think Shiloh did this morning that, at this point in time, we're already at 123.33% of our budgeted revenues. So anything additional is just additional dollars that we hadn't anticipated or expected.
And keep in mind, that's going back 3 months on the sales tax.
So 2 months. It's just
2 months, sorry,
Yeah.
yeah. So we're going September, so we'll have 2 extra months on top of what you're seeing there.
Right, yeah, and some people I'm sure have started shopping in October, so it'll be interesting to see what this one brings.
Yeah.
Because there's been no rhyme or reason on the numbers at this point, so I couldn't
I've
even
heard it's
guess.
gonna be a really good year. I've heard it's really gonna be a bad year, everything in between. And I think much like the last nearly 2 years, we just don't know until it happens.
Certainly a lot of people like shopping.
Yes.
Yes, and more locally, I did notice that on the reports that you see more that are actually here and in person, and the compensating use tax was actually a little bit lower. So that reflects they're out and about.
And let's keep in mind that a lot of the stores that rate, some of those sales tax were not open on a Black Friday, but
Right.
we're doing things much more earlier in the year in October. So I wonder what of an impact that's had on that.
Yeah.
And maybe not have an impact as we're normally used to seeing. So when we make those November comparisons, that might be something to think about too. If it's a little bit lower, that might justify that. I don't know, or maybe not. I don't know.
It'd be interesting to analyze, since there are more people out and about, how the little coffee shops benefit from stopping in and getting a coffee or this and that,
Or pastry, as we were
Snacks or-
discussing earlier.
Yeah.
yeah, that'd be good.
All right, that's all I have for you this morning, unless there's anything additional you'd like to see or have questions on.
But we might add a graph to that sales tax moving forward to kind of give us all kind of information of where we're at as we make that transition next year into the new one. So,
Okay, I'll write that down real quick.
thanks for the update.
Got it. Thank you. Have a
Appreciate
good
it.
one.
Next commissioner, we have minutes number 1050.
Break.
We do. Oh, Commissioner, I was thinking, since you're going on that tour on Tuesday, if you guys have any questions or anything specifically you would like me to look at or ask the staff there, give me a list and I'll be glad to do that. So
The
if
two
you think,
things.
just give it to me on Monday, if you
Okay.
think of stuff over the weekend, and I'd be glad to ask and look into anything while we're there.
I think the two key components, obviously, for us are going to be emergency management space and dispatch. Obviously, the dispatch question is one that's really gonna-
Yeah, and I don't know if they have dispatch there. That's something to check into, but I'm thinking, about size or, layout or other questions you'd like me to ask the Leavenworth staff, or things they would have done differently. And so,
I just noticed on most of these facilities, they're a little bit spread out, and I don't know how that's going to incorporate into the actual physical space that we have, much less how that building's going to incorporate. But what goes on in between that area, whether it's spread or up or not, it's not going to be facilitated. So
I think it's definitely more efficient if you have it all in one building. For
Yeah,
sure,
would be.
much more efficient.
Yeah. And the other thing to take into consideration with Leavenworth County is obviously they're comparable, one in population, into kind of the urban rural dynamic. Similar.
Question for you, Greg. You did a lot of stone work with companies. So at what temperature did you guys not lay stone?
There's a chart, which I don't have in my mind. I have it in my desk. When it gets down to, when it gets below, like, say 32,
Little low?
yeah, there's one of what the temperature's gonna be during the day and another for the low. And when it gets down to a certain thing, well, for one thing, you start covering the stone at night, getting precipitation out of it. There's one point you have to use hot water to mix for the mortar. And then below like 20 degrees, I think it is, then you have to heat the water and the sand and stone, which we never did that because that gets to be the water isn't bad. You can set up a little torch under a barrel, but heat the water up.
Got me thinking about it. So I was a brick mason for a year when I was in college, and noticed them working on the church, and it was those two coldest days. Lows were down in the 20s, when they were laying that stone.
But they're covering it. You have to cover it at night.
Imagine even during the day, it was just about 30, it's like,
There's nothing, at some point, then you have to cover it, put heat under it. Like I said, there's three different categories. I don't have nerves. It's one, say first one, you just heat the water, second one, and cover it at night. The next one, you have to heat the water and cover it, put heat under it. You know, the final one, once they heat the water and the sand. There's different, rules, but yeah, so I'm running stone up there.
Oh, boy, here we go again, huh?
What's a good, I have some stone veneer that's falling off.
Yeah, I don't know if you watched the city commission meeting Tuesday night, but
If I had, knew what's a good glue? Yes, thin veneer, yeah.
I don't think I'd use the word fun, but it was intriguing to say the least.
Yeah.
You're shaking his head too.
Hey, is one of these empty? Cash, unmarked bills.
I don't know what they
That's
do.
gonna cost extra.
See, that's to each one of us, by the way.
Get this moving. Right back.
Maybe Gorilla Glue, I don't know.
Which one is that?
That's that.
Oh, the football.
That worked out kind of well, surprisingly well. Before we had to send it to your for signature, they send us a digital stamp.
Some, I don't know.
Yeah, see,
Some stuff-
digital stamp. We've been talking about that a lot here, but I keep getting kicked to the curb on it.
Depending on what the back is, or if it's- put the right back.
Probably.
I think there's something that people aren't telling me here.
I've had like, they fall off.
Hey, well, I'm
Summer,
sending up check
seems like
fees
every
and
time
then
the
go
wind
ahead
blows,
and
something
approve any.
falls off, or it falls off.
Yeah.
They sent somebody over to put up a couple of, but there's a couple of.
How you doing, Chad?
They didn't put that screening you're supposed to put behind that.
Right, yeah, they didn't do a lot of stuff right.
Yeah. Yeah, there's- depending on
Is it
what type of test it is.
Cold outside
There's
or
a lot of steps.
or you're just filling yourself full of hot air?
With that wire mesh, stay put.
Had a fairly crazy virus thing last week.
It's kind of a.
Yeah, there's apparently one going around and
I
it's,
don't know what's behind it.
we had several people at work that were concerned it was obviously COVID or something else and it's not. And it just never goes away.
And well,
They probably put.
As I was telling Amanda, I was watching bits and pieces of the city commission meeting on Tuesday. Wow.
instead of.
We got her done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's usually.
Yeah.
It's better, yeah.
It's. Yeah, but there's some stuff. Adding one word next. So taking out some water and adding.
It really felt weird.
Stuff to do it.
Yesterday,
Yeah, to help, because especially.
I know we're done with it, you know, it's true. Relieved.
More efficient.
Yeah, but, you know, apparently they don't do that, you know.
When do you, Sam or Kirsten, didn't you two heard anything about the accident last night out on Setchilds and Marlette?
I checked the crash reports. Nothing.
Not huge amount,
Okay.
it's irritating.
Yeah, especially the first year, so it's coming off.
Oh, yeah.
So you can get it up there.
I've been kind of worried that with the influx of traffic over there in that location with what's going on in Kimball, so.
It's a new house.
Yeah, that stuff's not very hard. You just gotta do it right, because I did all of it on our house, which is quite a bit. That was 20 years ago. And
It's
it's
still
all
on
up.
there. Oh. Well, where's a good place to get this? Where's a good place to go?
Well, I know they carry that stuff. There used to be a place in between here and Topeka that manufactured it, where I got mine from.
Oh, okay.
What is it, the stone? Is it the-
Yes.
the stone?
Yeah. Space star up there.
Our basement.
Oh, really?
So I went down to our creek, and we harvested a bunch of native stone, that was flat. Put it around our wood stove down there, and those stones are a lot heavier, that's for sure, but it's been for 15 years.
Yeah, this is the kind that they put on new houses.
Fake stuff, that's what it's called, but they started, thin veneer, real stone, they're cutting it down to.
We've been exploring stuff.
I would lighten it up a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, light it up. And a lot of people don't know, there was like a mile away, but, and some of it's, they're making something better. So they're doing a lot better. So it's-
Look pretty fake, yeah.
I told my wife, you always do that in the trade, and I went to college and doing drywall, I mean, professionally for all the big contractors here in town. My wife, they could go to a restaurant or somewhere, You know, all the backdrop won't work.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's kind of gravitate towards that, you know.
Yes, that should, you know, like to do that to show it.
Oh, real quick.
Especially get the license.
That's the difference. We always use lights when that's all over sandy, you know, you can see everything. Those guys don't do that.
I know, like I said, yeah, once you've been in the business doing that stuff, you don't really go up questions for the worst. It's.
That's easy.
Somebody told me about it. Remember what the part is, what part of that all? Yeah, I didn't know. What's wrong?
Evidently didn't have their string line taunts.
I've seen all these videos, do-it-yourself videos on building stone fire pits and outdoor barbecue type stuff. Tempted. But I know when I do it, it won't turn out like the video at all.
Kansas wildfire.
Yeah. They have a little component where you can open up and do like flatbread pizzas and you get real extravagant on that. Kind of like buying something from IKEA, you know. Sounds fun until you start putting it
Yeah,
together.
right.
Yeah.
20,000 parts,
Yeah.
missing screws.
Yeah. Screwdrivers, components go flying, pieces get broken. This is not how it turns out at all. So everybody asks me when you buy furniture and stuff and you pay to have it put together, are you being lazy? And I'm like, nope,
Yeah.
it's worth every dollar of that. Every dollar of it.
I remember years ago buying a propane grill. I found that you can put it together 4 different ways.
Yep.
Correct one. Empty, right?
Hence, I'll pay the $20 for them to put it together and deliver it to me, just for that reason.
It's interesting when you order something online. And they tell you if you can put it together and stuff. And sometimes it goes adult installation or assembly required. What is that?
So I put the puzzle together, you know,
Yeah.
you have to be 8 to 12 or something to put it together, yeah. Okay, well, we are at 10:50, so I don't know who wants to start off first, but
I will start off.
Sounds
and
good.
We'll just kind of go from
floor is
there.
yours, Amanda.
All righty, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Amanda Smeller, Planning Director. So we have finished our land development regulations. We appreciate you approving that this past Monday. And as we've been talking about, we also have to approve portions of the Manhattan Development Code, their new code that they just adopted on Tuesday. So we need to replace the Manhattan urban area subdivision regulations that we are currently using in the urban area. I'm going to actually show you the map we have here. Let's see, because it gets a little bit confusing about what applies where. Okay, so I'm going to jump ahead a little bit here. So the red line, of course, is the city limits, and the blue line is the Manhattan area urban area. Yes, Manhattan urban area. So what we're talking about is subdivision regulations. We need to adopt the cities within the unincorporated area of the urban area. So basically outside the red line, but within the blue line. So anytime somebody comes to us, they would come to us with their subdivision application or land division application, and we would review it if it goes to the Manhattan Urban Area Planning Board instead of the Riley County Planning Board, because we have to run everything under the city's subdivision regulations. Within the blue line, but of course outside the red line, the county zoning regulations apply. So you're probably familiar with the 1976 interlocal agreement that we established with, of course, the city of Manhattan and Riley County on how to regulate this portion of, of property within Riley County. Again,
I'm sorry, it's been that long since.
It's been that long. Yeah, yeah. So since that time, again, the county zoning regulations apply here, but the city subdivision regulations apply here. And again, that's how it's always been done. And anytime the city, of course, makes any updates to the portions that affect the subdivision regulations within this area, we need to, of course, update and adopt those for our use. Thank you. So that's basically what we're doing today. So again, we've all kind of wound up at the finish line at the same time here. So we're kind of doing things concurrently, which I know can get a little bit confusing. But I just want to be clear that our land development regulations that we just adopted are a separate document than what we are doing here. We are not incorporating this language or any of their sections into our regulations, but we are adopting them by reference. So we will use them as external documents from our LDRs, if that hopefully makes sense. Again, we do need to do this again so we can remain in compliance with our interlocal agreement and have their updated regulations applied there. Like ours, theirs are going to be in effect January 1st. So again, that's why we're needing to get these taken care of. Now that we know that they were able to get them passed, we're able to do our part with the subdivision regulations and have everything ready to go by January 1st. So again, I mentioned like ours, they're doing a combined document, a unified development ordinance. So there's just 3 sections that we are looking to adopt, that will apply to what we need and that we're looking to adopt. And it's these divisions here, the subdivision standards, the land division, and the procedures and administration. That's all what was included in your packet. And those are the only pieces of the development code that we are referencing and adopting. Any questions? Chad is here from the city if you have specific questions for their process or for content. Just one other thing I want to make sure to mention, of course, the Manhattan Urban Area Planning Board, of course, reviewed their entire document, made their recommendations to their city council, and made a separate recommendation to you folks just for these 3 sections. They made an affirmative recommendation to adopt these 3 sections. Smaller, any questions?
I had a question going back to the map.
Yep.
Because you said this outline was created, pardon me, in 76, the urban area limits.
Yes.
Seeing that they're bumping up against it, is there any intention to expand it?
Intention to expand the urban area?
Yeah.
Well,
I see up in Culver Hills, they're bumping up against it now.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
this is the old boundary. I thought 76 was just interlocal agreement.
So these are.
So this is still the
current
original.
boundaries.
No, that's what I thought. Okay, that's what I
That's
thought.
been
Okay,
adjusted.
yeah.
That's what-
Good morning, Chad Bunger, Assistant Director with Community Development. I appreciate you having the opportunity to have us here. To answer your question, Commissioner, as Bob mentioned, we have shifted that boundary a time or 2. I think the most recent may have been 2003, early 2000s. We have talked about adjusting this boundary. There's actually a portion of the Hartford Hills, which would be the extreme northwest corner of the city limits. They've master planned a portion that is just on the outside of that urban area boundary. So we recognize we need to do it. It does take a little bit of work with the city and the county and the attorneys, as well as the state attorney general, since it is an interlocal agreement to make that happen. So we wanted to get to the finish line of our respective development codes, and then we'll tackle that. So it's certainly something we can expand and adjust. I would anticipate it won't get too far west or probably too far north because of Flint Hills land use boundaries and compatibility with the fort. But excuse me, I should have said the Flint Hill or Fort Riley land use study. But there is a need to adjust it.
I was just noticing it was bumping up against it, so I don't know what wasn't trying to stir.
No.
Cause for this, just kind of looking ahead what the plan was.
Yeah, there's definitely that need to shift it a little bit to the west.
Right, that's all.
Well, I'd be honest with you. I like how both units of government has worked on bringing these things up to date and streamlining, hopefully some things that will, as we work through these processes, make sense to everybody involved, whether it's combined effort in a section or city of Manhattan or county specific moving forward. I think that's the challenges through the years of trying to take all those and figure out how they apply in real time and how obviously we've got to work ahead moving forward. One of the sections that obviously I have my eye on here is the airport overlay corridor, whatever adjectives you want to attach to that. I fully expect to see that expand with interests of both the city and the county. So obviously having these in place will be hopefully beneficial for that moving forward. It's interesting to see a couple of little pockets of city. I actually work out in the business technology part there and was interested to know that both the roads leading in and out are county, but the facility's been annexed city. So we needed to get some security lights and stuff replaced. We had to work with this and we had no issues with it, but going through that process was obviously an education process in that manner. And so, like I said, my own personal example, this will be easier for people to read and to work through when we develop some of these things moving forward. And it's a critical component. So the city and the county has to work together to accomplish those things. That's really, it's a pretty standard procedure at this point in time to me. I know there's been some other discussions on both ends with some other things. And I think you've mentioned, I think somebody from city staff mentioned that, it's not perfect. We'll have to make some adjustments and do some refinements along the way, but we've got to look at where we're at and move towards the future. And I think this allows us from both perspectives to accomplish that. So I'm comfortable.
Great.
Thanks, Chad. Any other questions, comments?
No, I know it's been a rigorous process for both. I know we had a joint county city meeting earlier in the year discussing bits and pieces of this. And so I'd like to extend my appreciation to both staffs for working very hard on this. And there's probably times where you want to pull out hair, or if you don't have hair, something else. I understand that scenario too. So nonetheless, getting to this point, I think is a real victory for the Flint Hills region at this point in time. Okay. Did you have anything you needed to add, Craig?
No.
Okay. Any thoughts or comments, Bob, yourself? Okay. So, okay. Like a vote of confidence there. All right. So as probably needed, we need a motion to approve and make this official, and it will be official.
We have a resolution number on this too.
No, it usually doesn't until we actually go through the actual process, correct?
Correct. And assign it a number until it's official.
Right.
I would make a motion to sign the resolution adopting Division 26.5 subdivision standards, Division 26.8 procedures and administration, and Division 26.9C land division of the Manhattan Development Code for use in the unincorporated areas of the Manhattan urban area, replacing the existing Manhattan urban area subdivision regulations used by Raleigh County in the unincorporated areas of the Manhattan urban area.
I'll second.
And I think I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that was probably the longest motion maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not going to repeat that word for word. I'm just going to say there's a motion, a second, to replace the Manhattan urban area subdivision regulations being used by the Raleigh County in the unincorporated areas of the Manhattan urban area with the subdivision standards and review standards in the Manhattan Development Code to remain compliant with the interlocal agreement. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All three sign 2 copies, please.
Thank you very much.
Oh, this is why Craig's here. I'm sorry. I thought you were here for this. You're here for the next item. Shows you how far ahead I'm on things today. Woo. All right. Thank you,
guys.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner, you have Craig Cox, 35. Got quite a bit
Wow.
of break.
Whoa. Yeah.
Now you know that.
Pushing ahead, right?
No, not for this, for sure.
There's a purpose why we have a published agenda.
Yeah.
Not the time we do that, it's not the time you get, we will get the public to go in, which is something we should think about during the budget cycle, but
And actually, there'll be some public here for my presentation.
okay, well, yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Both attorneys on the scene here for this.
Oh,
That would be.
Taking advantage of the fact that they started.
there. We got many things to put on this main Wi-Fi. It said it only take a couple of minutes. Everybody's leaving, huh?
Yeah. Got a bit of a break, so.
Stairs.
Okay, I can accept that. That's what I have to do at home. Contrary to popular belief, you can't kill those.
I'm glad you participated in this particular.
Well, when it's done, I'm gonna wrap them up in nice, neat, soft tissue, and I'll have them sent up to your office for further examination.
Too, like, let me,
Oh.
didn't want to cover one thing, I'm sorry. I just realized.
I guess it's not plenty of time.
Yeah, we have time to do that. Yeah. Okay. I'll do it.
Notice over the last 3 years, this has been a big concern for me.
I'm going to IT, I should be back by.
Okay. Oh, yeah, we have plenty of time, don't we? Yep. Let's see if I have anything about traffic in the last 5 minutes.
You haven't gotten a copy of that webinar from the J Hall did yesterday. I got pulled away midway through it. I missed a chunk of it, so I've been waiting for the link. When I get it, I'll send it to the commissioners so you can,
Okay.
I think you'll get it anyway.
Or if you could just provide some kind of a high level, like digital view of what was discussed or something.
Sure. But I haven't seen it yet. Well, so there was something gonna come out. I'll keep watching.
It's kind of hard for KAC to send information like that directly to us. So it sounds like they're trying to put 5 different commissioner listservs together to try to work around COMA so they can do that without. So. Had several people reach out and said that our legislative conference they thought was very well.
That was a good conversation. I think it was the right decision to just kind of, okay, abandon the agenda, just keep this talk, this discussion going. Yeah. We can fill in the gaps. As far as individual items. Understand the impact message. That really it seemed to be having traction for 2 of them at least. And I'm sure with the third.
Some of it's an election year, some of it's probably political potentially too, but they represent the same group of people, so they probably hear that from time to time themselves. So it's probably not out of the scope that it's not just us complaining about everything. We show real factual foundational information that it's real.
Yeah, and that's the frustrating part about not getting having other county offices in different counties that have the ability to do it.
Yeah, I think other counties are strapped from a personnel and staff perspective, so they're very internal. They really don't like to get involved with other counties and other events and other organizations, and they kind of strictly work on the things they need to work on internally.
So there may be more of that silo stuff too between the various departments.
Yeah,
possibly. Yeah, I don't know. All right.
Right, all right. Ron. Oh, Ron. Yeah, right, yeah, Jake should be here for a second.
Yeah, it should be YouTube, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
I said so.
Just us two.
Hopefully.
Hey, Ron. John, how are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
Well.
Good, good, good.
Get it fixed? Okay.
Yeah, I got my little Wi-Fi.
Oh, good, good. Just word of advice on that, make sure you keep it charged, because even when it's off, it will lose power.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I found that out the hard way a couple of times.
Okay.
So leave it uncharged and unplugged for a long period of time, you'll find there's no battery power.
This one does it too.
Yeah,
I've learned how to shut it down all the time. Before I was just shutting the cover.
well, even when you shut that MiFi pack, it will start losing, yeah, it'll lose battery power.
Okay.
Thank you.
You like put a Y on the end of it.
Okay. I'll remember that.
What'd you do? I don't know. That's not the projector, that's the.
People were worried.
BOCC chamber. So just someone check that. Thank you. Yeah, we talked about that.
Where do I take
Send an email to Jay Winter, like all the rest of our emails. Yeah, I had one that was working on that too, and they got me a new one. Riley County KS.gov. Yeah, they're in charge of facilities.
It's getting worse, I think, too.
Yeah.
Turn the right knob over there, does it get better or worse, or? Nope. That helps.
That's ours, so we should be able to get by with those, maybe. I don't know. How much have you had them back?
I didn't see anyone mess with them.
I don't think anybody did.
Might just started.
Maybe it's a way of trying to tell them it's time to replace all of that, which it is. I'm doing it. I was thinking maybe some other interference would, I made it worse, figures. Story of my life.
They are. I think that place must be getting the total renovation.
Which one are you?
Charleston Wilson, contractors.
I can remember, and I've been here permanently since '86. My parents bought their house. I remember walking in the building to sign all the documents there. That's back when, trying to remember his name.
Lee Stutzman?
Yes, was there.
Yep.
It's official. In fact, getting old.
Yeah. Right.
Beats the alternative.
True, that is true.
Stay healthy.
I'm trying. I'm trying. And I watched my mom's side of the family, my mom, and that's all the motivation I need.
Let Tyler know.
It looks like it's on our end of the microphone because I played with the dials up there.
It's that one.
Okay. I was asked that at the engineers dinner on Thursday, and they just introduced him, and I still don't know. It takes me a little while here. And then what I think what's the first movie?
Say, if I can get over you.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You know what would be amazing is I could probably remember the name of somebody I went to grade school with. If I seen him right now, I can't remember somebody I met 2 hours ago. It's so okay, Craig's somewhere in the midst there, okay? We're at 11:35, so we'll Moving on, a discussion of a street benefit district, it looks like.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
I'm just going to leave one thing up on the screen. That's just, yeah, I can't make it any smaller than that, but that's good enough.
It's in our packet.
What's that?
It's in our packet.
Yeah, it is in your packet. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here, a request from the property owners of High Plains Ranch Edition to pave their road, which is High Plains Ranch Road. And just to avoid any confusion here is that High Plains Ranch is that white road that comes in off of the highway. The highway there, and then down towards the bottom, you'll see kind of a blue outlined road, and that's High Plains Trail, and that's really the access driveway for the two platted lots in High Plains Ranch subdivision. So the road is just going to be paved from the highway basically to where High Plains Trail intersects with High Plains Ranch. But those property owners are agreeable to be in the street benefit district because obviously they need High Plains Ranch Road to get to their driveway. And so the paving project would just be on High Plains Ranch Road. The unique situation about this housing addition is that there's nine property owners. 7 of them have meets and bounds descriptions. That's all those bigger lots towards the highway. The only 2 platted lots are in this small subdivision, which is lots 1 and 2. The street benefit district statutes talk about platted lots, or you can have a combination of platted or unplatted. The problem we faced here legally, procedurally, is that since most of the property is unplatted and we just have 2 platted lots, the percentage breakdown to use the more traditional benefit districts didn't work because you had to have a lot more platted acreage than you did unplatted, and we had the reverse here. We had more unplatted than platted. And so talking with Mary Carson, our bond counsel, back in 2011, the commission chartered out of another street benefit district statute, which was KSA 729. That was a statute used for counties that have a population of 20,000 or more. And so that was a non-uniform statute, so we chartered out under it. And I put Charter Resolution number 9 in your packet. And on the second page of that charter resolution is where you'll see italicized words, and that's what we added in to charter out. And what we created here to charter out from underneath the statute is that if the situation's right, the commission can authorize the county engineer to file a petition to create a street benefit district. And again, like I said, I consulted with Mary Carson, and we looked at the percentage of the acreage between platted and unplatted, and we finally decided that this was the best way to go. The road needs to be repaved. It's deteriorated to a point that it can't be maintained anymore. It does need to be resurfaced. I do, in working with the property owners, in the procedure outlined here, a notice is supposed to be sent to the property owners on the proposed, on this proposed project. A description, a work description of what the improvement's going to be, an estimated cost, and an estimation of the assessed amount that would occur here. I actually created a document that was circulated amongst all 9 property owners that had that information on it. We had a description of what the road work was going to be, the estimated cost, that it could be spread over a maximum of 20 years. on a general obligation bond. And that the assessment method would be that each property owner would pay their 1/9 share of the cost. And as of earlier this week, I have a signed agreement with all 9 property owners. So all the property owners are requesting that this be done. That's a good thing. It really simplifies our procedure. We don't need to do any publications in the paper. We don't need to send any notifications out because we already have their approval of this requested improvement district. But what we need from the commission this morning is the authorization to have John file a petition to create the district. We'll bring that in at another meeting. There'll be a resolution there that you would approve that would create the district. And once that's done, then they can schedule the paving project. That's my question. And we have two property owners here.
I'll give both of them a chance to
Yeah,
speak.
we
Let's
have
get
two
through the
property owners.
logistics first.
Yeah, do we have any other properties out there that might be built on, that might be a part of this?
I mean, there's one unbuilt lot. I mean, that property owner has approved this benefit district, but yeah, I mean, all the lots are improved but one.
There's no other open lots.
There's no other open
Just
lots,
one, but
okay.
it's a piece that family has approved and signed.
Okay.
Any other questions or thoughts?
Are we gonna do the paving, or are we gonna sub it out?
The estimate was for a contract for that.
Contract, yeah. Is it not need any, is it just an overlay, or does the base have to be rebuilt?
Then the estimate is used to grind it and relay it like we did on 59th.
Okay. Save some time to fit that. Okay. I don't have anything, so anybody else?
The only thing I would add is that in the statutes for street improvement districts, this cost can be bonded a maximum of 20 years. There's been some initial discussion amongst the property owners. There's nothing been committed to, but they may want to bond it for a shorter period of time. The 20 years is the maximum. They could do it for any period shorter than that.
Right. Okay.
So there's a motion in the car. We just need a motion to authorize John to move forward on the petition, and then we'll do that.
Okay. I'll give each one of the property owners a chance to speak. That's present. You don't have to, it's not required. So just state your name and where you're at. And
my name's Jake Zika. I started this process with Craig back earlier this year in hopes that we could get this repaved. So hopefully with the 9 property owners all signing, we have 100%.
Yeah.
I hope the process moves forward. So.
Okay. Anybody, anything else? Okay. Well, to me, it's pretty straightforward. It doesn't always happen this way for these. So,
Right.
So I don't have any issues with it. Sounds perfectly fine and legit to me.
Yeah, it's a good use of our charter ordinance. Like I say, we won't use it for this purpose very often, but it's a good use of it.
When I first saw that, I thought, oh boy, this could be complicated. But then I went through the packet and thought, no, all the property owners are okay with it. And I thought,
And that helps a lot. I mean,
good
you know,
deal.
usually when you create a district like this, there's always a few people who don't want it. But we have 100% support. So that is a unique situation here.
usually doesn't happen in the rural sense very often, to be honest with you. So yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. That's the direction we need to head to. I have no issues. Did you have anything else to add in the short term, John? Just, okay. So we can entertain a motion and get that process moving forward then.
I move that the board authorize county engineer to submit a petition creating High Plains Ranch Street Benefit District.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on development of the petition to get the High Plains Street Benefit District put together and moving forward. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we'll be back rather quickly.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks.
Sounds good.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, take care. Yeah.
Zika had called.
Oh.
It was very.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute the microphones for just a second.
Okay.
While I do test. We got about 10 minutes to the next. I'll be back down here for what, 1:15 for tests.
Thank you, Tom.
No problem. Did you hear anything? Please give me a call.
You do. Appreciate it.
Well, I mean,
You buying lunch today, John? I'm hungry.
Buying lunch today? That's not the way it works. When you're hungry and to me, you buy
We could
lunch.
have just missed one of those signatures. We could have.
He's got some on his file. so.
And we didn't let previous commissioners fulfill their dues on that.
Yeah, that
First.
one really owed us a lot.
Uh-huh.
He never did pay
We,
up.
we should be able to facilitate a full.
He still comes around. We just gotta get him on that. It's gonna be like his admission fee next time.
Exactly. I like admission fee. I like that.
For him.
Right. No, I didn't do that for anybody. And a full disclosure, 2 of my missed ones because the little tab was in the wrong place.
Those excuses.
Yep.
My dad has the same for excuses.
Yep. My dad does too, and I think it's probably the same one. And yes, everybody has one.
Yep. Not good for public airways.
No.
Unmuted now.
Technically, we were never really muted because those 2 microphones work on a different.
I just want to say hi.
That I could never say can't.
I've got some other ones, but much like the first one, it's not shareable at this point in time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Well.
Still got 5 minutes.
We do.
6 minutes.
6. A slow 6 minutes.
Break some gaps in the agenda today. It's always good to miss.
I think they expect Amanda to make it go a little longer.
I thought there'd be some public comment that didn't apparently happen, so. And judging by the conversation, city commission meeting Tuesday, wow.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I turned probably what should have been about an hour-long discussion into a good portion of the night.
No, I didn't hear about that one. What were they?
Oh, just worried that these will lead large scale houses and some of these older districts and potential commercial development, which none of them at this are zoned that way. You're still gonna have to go through regular zoning processes. Yeah. Same conversations that are typically had in these processes for many, many years. Heard about large apartment complexes. Yeah.
Super duplex.
Yeah.
It's an issue one time.
Yeah. And believe me, I know all about that one personally. Change is tough for a lot of people in a lot of places. That's what it proves.
I'm not worried about that.
What was it in our
Yeah.
county training, they talked about it being similar to grief, change in grief. Go through all these different stages and then come back around to it. So that was an interesting discussion. I never thought
People
about
want progress and innovations and all that, but they don't necessarily, I mean, it's everything that it takes to get to that point is always the challenge.
people don't want to change. Everything's a little bit different.
I do like what I hear.
I think social media is great. It's for me.
Not me, it's easy.
Well,
I'm not on it at all.
No, I mean, like all the different things that are going on.
It's changed definitely the way that we treat each other and interact. It can be a good thing, but it can also be a very, very bad thing.
Easy to misinterpret.
Yeah. You're sitting behind a computer screen.
When you're not within striking distance of someone to talk to them about it, like the old days. And it is, makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
Changes your tenor real quick.
No, I like it, you know, even when you're out campaigning and you knock on doors. You know, your interaction with people that may or may not agree with you in real time is different than somebody
It
that
is.
disagrees with you in real time virtually.
Well, it makes a difference in it. Huge difference in campaigning. If somebody sees you and they can talk to you, that makes a difference. A lot of newer campaigning people from all social media, emails, texts, that works, but it. Not at the work.
There's still something to be had with an interpersonal relationship. Unless we get to the point where it's beam me up Scotty or something, and that may really change the equation at that point in time. But I don't think the world needs a hologram of most of us. I'm sorry, but
That could go on forever, couldn't it?
it's a scary thought. It's a scary thought.
You're elected for an indefinite amount of years. There's no holograms here. That'd be strange. Who knows?
I'm hopeful that that happens way after my time.
Yeah.
Way after. I like how you put incumbent in this position. Because it's technically an elections position.
Yeah, she's been with us for 8 years.
She has.
Yeah, I knew it'd been a long time.
What are her plans?
Brother-in-law, future brother-in-law recruited her over to kind of be an administrative person over physical therapy people, the medical facility for physical therapy that contracts with Metal Arc.
Yeah. I wish her well.
And she's married into a farm family, and our schedule, just like it doesn't our election schedules just dictate so
Oh,
much of
yeah.
your life when you can and can't do things, especially when you have a primary and a
And
general
nowadays,
election. And
there's no gaps in between the process anymore with the.
it really has an impact on your personal life.
Go ahead, Rich.
Okay, commissioners, good morning still, just barely. Have before you the request to fill the account clerk license / elections position. Jody's been with us 8 years and just to talk with you a little bit about where she's moving on to, but this position is critical. As you can see, the long list of job duties that it has and does fulfill a large part of elections needs. And then also front counter work. A lot of people don't realize a lot of the small other things that go on in the clerk's office, like the cereal malt beverage license you saw today. She's the one that handles that. Homestead tax returns, wildlife and parks. And so she's one of the front counter people that is definitely essential for Riley County operations, and ask for a motion to approve that.
The only question I had on there is I was looking at the job description instead of how much has that changed since the last time I was updated? It's been a while.
Not a whole lot. Susan and I went through it this past week, and there was a couple things that were removed that were outdated, and maybe 3 lines were added, just updating, but nothing significant as far as scope.
I said 2015, but it looked like you analyzed that back in 2008. So that's quite a large.
Yeah, no, we did just go through it this week, and I just approved the revisions yesterday with Susan and Elizabeth.
Outside of that, yeah, I think that's a pretty vital position for reasons listed. As I usually ask on this, I'm not assuming that you have an internal candidate at this point in time that could fill that position. Okay, maybe
we have several good people that the lead for elections, other than myself, has already tried to recruit internally a couple of good ones that we have in other divisions of our office, and they said we really like our job because we do have some really good people. And so, yeah, no, not internally within our office, but within the county. As you know, every once in a while, someone from another department may choose to come to our office, and
when that happens, I'll hear
gladly welcome that.
When that happens, I'll hear about it, I'm sure. So, okay, I didn't know if there was a plan for that. So I'm assuming you'll be doing some recruitment externally more than likely.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm curious, kind of concerned timing wise. I just don't think a lot of people look around the holidays and stuff. And so I don't think that's ideal. But like I tell staff when I get concerned is I don't need a lot of applicants. I just need one good one, you know?
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. Well, that's all I've got on it.
Any questions, other questions, commissioners?
I'd move to approve recruiting to fill the position of account clerk, licenses and elections.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded on the request to fill account clerk, license elections position in the clerk's office. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, commissioners. All 3 sign, please. After this, we're gonna break to 1:15 when we have 4 executive sessions back to back for personnel evaluations.
And Catherine, you won't be able to attend, correct? Okay, that's fine. We only need 2 to facilitate it, so we're
I
good.
will, I have questions. Email them. Scheduling things.
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate it.
So
you all back here shortly, or 2 of you back here shortly.
Do we need to do adjournment now or after, officially after 1:15?
Just after we're done.
Okay. I got one other item before we leave this morning. And I was hesitant about using my commissioner comments time to do this because it's a little bit of a soapbox at this point in time, but I think it's something needs to be said along these lines, given some conversations and some other things and some social media traffic I've seen on the subject, but I'm always careful to pick and choose my battles with things, but this one's, I'm extremely frustrated with it. And it's apparent that there's other people that are too at this point in time, but as you may be aware or not aware, a request to move on a building and property for the Boys and Girls Club was denied Tuesday. And it's for the same reasons that we're dealing with right now. And it's because of our historical preservation alliance and boards that I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. I'm not trying to disdain anybody or the direction that they're allowed to go isn't allowing for community progress. That's simply what it is at this point in time. And it's extremely frustrating. If we can't, I mean, the building that's in question here, I get bits and pieces of it, but if it can't be used for the betterment of our children, which is our future, I have to question what direction we're going with this. And there needs to be some balance and oversight, because I don't want to see the opposite thing happen here too, where developers or people coming through and they just start wiping things out. I get there's a balance in this equation, but it's tipped too far one direction at this point in time. Can't just continue to say no to everything just because we think a building and structure is old and it has historical value, but if it doesn't have some kind of purpose or practical principle, both in real time and for the future, we're really overdoing it at this point in time. And I think there needs to be some influx with that. We can't do what we need to do for the betterment of our community and our city and our region, whether it's private, whether it's public at this point in time. I'm frustrated because yes, we're dealing with the same issue with a piece of property that I believe has outlived its useful and practical purpose for us, or basically for anybody. Because if that was the case, somebody would have come forth and figured out a plan and plotted a direction for that. And that simply hasn't happened because it's just not viable. I don't feel that way about every specific piece of property or building or structure at this point in time, but there is a time where we've got to let some things go for practical principle purposes and for future, so that we create new traditions and new value and new history that could be looked at 100 years from now or whatever. Simply put, there needs to be a different focus and direction on that, and it needs to be community minded either way, rather than what we seem to have in place right now. It's restrictive. It doesn't provide vitality and balance. And I'm gonna be honest, I feel like it's a little bit selfish and spiteful at the same time. I value history just like anybody else does, but we have some things that we need to be able to do and accomplish. And I know Michelle and her staff over at the Boys and Girls Club, they have a real passion for what they're doing and providing services, particularly for our at-risk youth, which has an immediate and direct impact to a lot of other services that both the city and the county provide. I've served on the Social Service Advisory Board for 6 years. I've dealt with predecessors in those positions, and they all have the same mindset. I don't understand why, at the end of the day, those things can't happen and need to happen. And we need to be able to balance that, and we need to be able not to be strong-armed or forced into a position that we, both now the city and the county is on a piece of property for the betterment of our community. And I struggle with that. I think in summary, it's a travesty, quite honestly. I didn't want to, like I said, I didn't want to go on with the commissioner comments this morning with that, and I don't share every frustration and feeling from time to time. But this one's taken on a different persona that I just don't think needed to happen, but I felt compelled to at least mention it. And like I said, I'm not trying to disdain anybody. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but we need a different vision and look at this because of where we're at. So.
Yeah, well, that house is, I question that house too, because I looked at it.
I mean, if somebody tried to go in there right now and do something with it, even if they wanted to spend the $150,000 and $200,000, you can't do anything with it until you do that.
Well, but also it said, they say it's within that district, but it's not a contributing factor.
Right.
To the district.
But you don't get, and this is the part that nothing is clearly defined here. And I think that's because the oversight with this has not been part of the equation for a very, very long time. And I don't think anybody accounts for anything there. I mean, even listening to the hearings, and I have nothing against anybody that was making those decisions or those boards, but they don't lay out what the criteria specifically is for any particular building. They kind of talk about what the architecture styles are. And, those are good conversations to have, don't get me wrong. But when a public or private entity is trying to figure out if something should be or shouldn't be, you got to have some guidelines. You got to have some criteria which to work from to start with, instead of it just kind of being what it is. And I think we've long, at least here, and I've heard from other places around the state, those particular boards don't operate with that function. They just kind of operate from a no perspective. And it's completely restrictive in some instances on some of the, I think, really good things we need to be able to do and accomplish with that. And it's just not happening. And I think it's unfair, whether you're a private entity, whether you're a public. I think actually it probably hurts more on the private side, because private entities that may have a creative and innovative approach won't touch it because they don't want to deal with the complications that come with it. And I think that's tragic. It's absolutely tragic. That's my 2 cents. That just was compelled to use a little bit of time, because I don't use this bully pulpit very often for anything, but this one is starting to hit home. So go ahead, Rich.
Well, to me, the real tragic part of it is I can't think of any other group in Huron County government now 30 years that special interest group, or whatever you want to call it, has more authority than your local elected officials. To me, they should be able to make a recommendation to your local elected board, who are the leaders in the community, and then they ultimately decide.
Or
this just seems totally inappropriate and overreach of power. I know the state allows them to have it, but it's not right.
It should be a collaboration in most instances, where you try to work together to find a convenient way to move forward with something. Here it's a dream situation where we want you to do this. This is the only way it can actually be. And there's more than one way to look at that in most instances. And I've seen that, not just the 2 said properties I'm discussing. I've seen that for better half of a decade plus, where that scenario always seems to be. And there needs to be a little bit more basis and focus on that, because everybody has something at stake, including those that serve in those positions. And I don't want to devalue that in any way, shape, or form, but and like I said, I don't want to see the opposite happen, where there's no oversight, no nothing, and you can just go through and wipe all that. I don't want to see that happen either. But there's got to be some balance in those scenarios. And it quite frankly, what happened Tuesday night proves once again that it simply isn't fair. That's tragic.
Well, they're not accountable to the rest of the public like the local elected city and county officials. That's what just is not right.
Right. I just felt compelled this morning, given the several conversations I've had over the last 24, 48 hours on the subject, and the things that we've dealt with here over the last year, in the same token of things. And anyway, like I said, I don't do this very, very often, but I'm frustrated with this and felt compelled to mention it. So that's all I've got. Probably enough.
Okay.
Adjournment now.
Nope, we'll do it after.
We'll do it after.
Yep. We got 1:15 executive session. Multiple, 4 of them.
And you've got pizza on the way on you, is that right?
I could, if you'd have told me earlier.
Rich, do we usually have IT put up something that says they're going to be back in place? Sometimes have a card up on the screen for the stream.
Well,
Yeah,
I bet they usually then they can mute the
Or
audio.
just the agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe just the agenda
Oh, you want,
up there, just because if we're going to continue streaming.
okay.
So people know what,
Can they see that?
Yeah,
they can see that. They should be
Yeah.
they see
I
that.
put the agenda up there.
Just
right now they're seeing whatever that camera is showing until you transfer the, I guess the.
Let me say, I have no idea how to make that happen.
No,
I can just put it on the screen, yeah.
I think you just go to share screen.
Yeah,
I think they have a template up already for that.
I have
did
no
it one
idea.
time.
I can put it
no, hands off over here.
there, but other than that,
Just
No,
so-
I
just so people know.
I'm not gonna
currently
mess
until
with-
1:15, it's gonna show whatever the camera's showing unless you share the screen.
But right now, they can see this on
No.
the screen. Oh, that's,
Yeah, I didn't think they could either.
yeah, I think.
You're seeing what's on the camera until you share a different screen that's on there, and then that will pull up and take place of it.
I didn't think to tell him.
Yeah, Kevin, Tyler there? Well, we couldn't remember if you guys recently put something on the YouTube screen that shows us on break until 1:15 the commissioners are, because we don't shut the system down right now. Okay, if you could do that, then they're on break until 1:15 for the executive sessions. Even if it's just as simple as a copy of the agenda that shows that. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. I just think it avoids people complaining.
They're gonna send someone down to, Tyler's not there, but evidently he's
But Derek, we dragged him into it, so he had.
at lunch. That was Kevin.
Was it?
Kevin. One of them will get here tonight.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Yep. Well, maybe we won't see you here.
Yeah, you won't see me this afternoon.
He's really gone.
Sorry to drag you into another issue. You're okay. I think it'd be useful to at least, if not the agenda, but pass it at card that says boys on break with it. Schedule that. Or just simply putting this up, which shows that.
You just want to share that screen?
Either way. I mean, whichever way that somebody on YouTube who's currently still watching would see this, which is, I understand right now they don't. That's what I
No,
was.
right now they just see
The room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what they see.
Yeah, I think it's better to have either the card that we've had on break until then, or this, either way. Okay. Probably appreciate some help getting back online the right way. But you can be on 15.
Yeah, Alex gonna be back in 1-on-1, so if you
Okay.
can, then be here for the.
That's great, as long as somebody's down, so we don't have to kind of guess that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
This one's bad.
just because it's so close to the time. Just appreciate the heads up just in case.
You never know.
I was thinking about Jones.
Hey, I can mute it again.
People.
I'm like, hey, I can mute it again if you need to rip them a new one, you know?
I have to take a ticket and stand in line. Would be a long line.
Nobody asked you.
Curious how many of those light bulbs on your tie are actually working.
None.
Makes sense.
It's not one of those electric, battery operated ties. Yeah, not big on those. But all the lights on my house work, so.
Lights working, my timer is up. Does it turn off at night?
Yeah, my timer is, mine ought to be going out. I've had them forever, but they're still working.
Do you have neighbors? You have neighbors?
Nobody's gonna complain about it. I don't have neighbors, actually. Across the street's a mechanic shop, and next to that's a convenience store. It has bright lights on shining in my house
Yeah,
all
I know.
night, so yeah, I don't think they're gonna.
They put a new security light up last October, and it's right above my bedroom window.
Oh,
So,
nice.
yes, they didn't put a blackout shade on there. It's like day all the time. As if I don't need any other excuses not to be able to sleep, I guess Evergy thought it was, important. I mean, this isn't just like a little light. I mean, this is like a stadium light. I mean, this is like ultra advanced, smart LED, HD. I'm missing something in that equation. So everything combined. Yeah. That's the only spot that gets it too.
Like you just need the little goggles.
Yeah.
Give you a teeny bit.
I think they would shine through that too.
If Commissioner Vokey is not here by 15, you can wait.
She's not going to be
Oh,
here.
okay.
You're good.
Thought I would ask. Did not get that memo.
We didn't until this morning either, so it's all good. Or maybe she had already talked in advance to you about it and she told us this morning.
Yeah, yesterday.
It's not the first time that's happened. The sheet that we got, I don't know if you were aware, listed today as Monday, the 9th.
I saw that.
Yeah, that might
Yesterday I
have,
saw it.
okay, that might have thrown her off a little bit, maybe. Thinking,
I'm not sure. She did say, she just said she missed it.
okay. Well, it is indeed 1:15, so we will go ahead and get started. So I will move that the county commission, including Chairman Ford and Commissioner McKinley, recess into executive session on the purpose of discussing a performance matter of non-elected personnel, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and to protect the privacy of the employee. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 1:45 p.m. Ready for this? Wait for
You
this?
have to say it, I know.
Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, will be present to offer factual information.
I'll second.
It's been moved to second on the motion. All those in favor? Aye. I'd move that the board. I'd move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Also move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, here we go again. I'll move the county commission, including Chairman Ford and Commissioner McKinley, recess into the executive session for the purpose of discussing a performance matter of non-elected personnel, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and to protect the privacy of the employee. The open meeting to resume in the chamber at 2:15. Yeah, 2:15 p.m. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, will be present to offer factual information.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. I'll move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
For the moment, you could just go up to stop video.
So this is then, now I think it's this.
You can come back down and change it. No,
Yeah,
we
so
can't.
now we're live and he can go back up, yeah. So your volume was live, but I think that might have been showing the whole time, but that's okay because it was running it.
I think their goal and objective at some point in time is to get a dedicated laptop
Oh, so they can
just for this. And then they don't have to run back and forth. They could technically
Mhm.
do it from remote location.
Yeah, just kind of a waste of their efforts, yeah.
It really is. And of course, with these, you can't just sit out there and wait for half an hour, 40 minutes.
But I feel like we could do exactly what you just did and go back, but I'm not 100% confident.
We can wait.
Okay.
I know Tyler isn't exactly feeling very well either. so-
But he has had a really long day. He
Yes.
started, what, 6 with the jury? So. Sure. So I think,
Sorry.
I think we
Well-
get out,
We got out. We just need to go back in. So you just need to change the.
but he has to say we're going back in
Right.
first, right?
I'll go ahead and move the Board of County Commission, including Chairman Ford, Commissioner McKinley, recess into executive session on purpose of discussing the performance matter of non-elected personnel, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and to provide the privacy and to protect, that's the key word, the privacy of the employee. The open meeting to resume in the County Commission chamber at 2:45 PM. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, will be present to offer factual information.
Second.
Okay, they moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Good, okay.
You got
I'm gonna move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
A second.
Been moved and seconded on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Also move the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. All those in favor? For the last time for the day.
Best for last. There's a reason he's last.
Yeah. I move the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Commissioner McKinley, recess into executive session for the purpose of discussing a performance matter of non-elected personnel, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and to protect the privacy of the employee of the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 3:15 PM. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, will be present to offer factual information.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. think it just shows that still on there, but you can still hear our audio.
Yeah, the audio's on.
That's all it needs to be.
Okay.
As I said, I had to do this when I came in, so here you
Well, there went our conversation.
Put all
right
your
out the
stuff in.
window.
Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't bring it with me.
Ouch. Wow. All right. I'll move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded on that motion. All those in favor? Aye. I'll also move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that completes another very long day.
It was a very long day. There's several of them lately.
We got one more to go here. Well, that we know of.
Oh, one more long day or one more person?
No more people today. You were it. Yeah. Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. Have a good one.
Okay. Elizabeth, did you have anything else?
No, sir.
Okay.
Time to go home for you guys. Or go to
Yeah,
your
actually,
next
I've got-
ta- Your next task. I guess.
Yeah, I've got a 4 o'clock meeting and, yeah. I don't know if it's worth driving across home to go to, just stay in character. That might not be a good thing either. I don't know. Do you have anything else, Rich?
Do not, no more
Greg?
business, commissioners.
Okay, well, with that said, I can take and accept the motion for adjournment for today.
Adjourn.
Okay, I'll second that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.